Alright. I think we're live. Okay, there we go. It is time killing time. Well, it'll be time killing time in approximately 15 minutes, but when you're about to kill time, like, what's really the difference, right? I will say that my current setup is a little bit scuffed. A little warning, but funny music. If we're gonna be detectiving, we gotta get the detective music, you know? But that's why Sholmes is up there, but it's obvious, you know, yeah, he's the GOAT. Um, God. Yeah, I'm currently not at home, but we make do, right? Sholmes? Yeah, he's the GOAT. Look at him hit it. This is basically what the new Honolulu ID is, especially with all like the gizmos and thingamajigs that he's got going for him. It's just too fitting not to use. Sherlock Holmes, not quite. Hairlock Sholmes. But yeah, hopefully everything should go well for this stream. I may need to take breaks here and there. Gregor, true. Actually, there's completely irrelevant to what's going on here, but true. God, yeah. I'm because I'm without my second screen and I'm without my Switch. I'm gonna have to use my phone to witness chat. So yeah, it really should be Hong's Watson then, assumably, yeah. How do I do it? Okay. There we go. This works well enough, I think. Yeah, cool, cool. Sherlock Holmes. The chat is calling you. Don't you want to call us? Good question. Do I want to call chat? I don't know. This will probably work well enough, though. Yeah, a lot of shenanigans have been going on. Won't have his phone number. Yeah, very good thing. Funny as an idea as it is, bad idea. You can steal it. Oh God, I am not safe. Yippee! Prediction for the event shall entail. I really hope there's some sort of detective minigame shenanigans they've got prepared. Because it's taking them a while to cook up this mid chapter. I feel like it hasn't. The first like mid chapter hasn't taken this long for any of the other seasons. I guess maybe season one. I don't know. It feels like it's especially compared to like last season though. It's definitely been a little bit longer than I would have expected for the mid chapter, right? So maybe they've got some sort of shenanigans going on. I should take this one. I mean, because it's been like 2.5 months since the start of the season, right? Feels like a little longer, right? I don't know. Because it was kind of like a month and a half. It took us like a month and a half to get the Christmas event, right? The next couple of Kansas City's Brogia subplot thing going on. There's going to be extra start there. Yeah, I think Eurodivia is going to be important soon. One of them's going to have distortion. Feels like probably not. I think that, but we're probably going to get another one of those weird distortion dungeon-y things. Because they already mentioned we're getting a mirror dungeon. Or not a mirror dungeon, but like a dungeon type thing this Kanto. Right? So, and because that's happened to Papa Bongi, that's happened to Kim. So assuming there's going to be a distortion involved somehow, the culprit's going to be distorted to some degree. I wouldn't be surprised if the culprit is going to be the person the Honolulu identity is from to an extent, maybe? Feel weird. People complain about Rodian getting. Rodian should have gotten something, but I understand they didn't want to give her an ID because she'll get a Eurodivia thing eventually, and she got an ego recently. Kind of wish that she didn't get, Sanguine Desire or something. Imagine if, like, Rodion was the one who got the Everlasting and, like, we got some other random, like, Va Vigo from Walpurgis, right? Would have fit out better, I feel like, but oh well. We're gonna focus the last 3 candles to go off that. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. We've kind of had a little bit too much of a focus on the Herman and Corp group so far. I wouldn't be surprised if we get some more focus on, like, Eurodivier. And we've got a fair bit of focus on Damian too, but Eurodivier is assumably being built up to be another major antagonist group. I don't know for sure, because it's not one of the ones shown in the beginning, but they seem to be in, like, a weird place in between Demian Gang and Herman Gang, right? So I don't know. Honglu's passive name. Oh yeah, isn't it like illegitimate workshop or illegitimate weapon or whatever, uncertified weaponry or whatever it is? I imagine we hear Carmen again. Maybe. I'm also intrigued by the fact that Dawn seems to have very little going on this canto, but I think, or this mid-chapter, given how, recently we've gotten a fair bit of mid-chapters that build up the next canto, but I assume there's going to be some degree of Dawn build-up here, maybe. I guess we'll have to see. If nothing else, we'll have the next mid-chapter to be a bit more Dawn-focused, right? Unauthorized invention, yeah. I knew it was something along those lines. I couldn't remember the exact words. You can do your revenge self, it'll come back to finish your team. It's fair enough. Once again, I think the best way to get through this kind of thing is on your own. But, like, for mid-chapters, I think it's not as big of a deal. That's why I feel like main canto stuff, I don't bother streaming. I just do it on my own time, because, I think it's best like that. For the mid-chapters are a lot more lighthearted and not as bothered, right? It works well. I'm also very curious how, like, the numbers are going to work on the new IDs and ego and stuff, right? Yeah, Dawn had the first major W Core IDs probably involved. Maybe. We'll have to see. I don't know. District 23 is super important, but, like, I'm still not fully sure if we're going to get on a warp train, right? Because at the same time, like, the sinners know better. Most of them, like, we have half the sinners with W Core IDs and are aware of the horrors. That's already been mentioned at, like, I think SEA briefly mentioned the fact that the sinners were mostly aware of the horrors. We'll have to see. Because I still kind of feel like Don Canto is going to be in S-Corp, right? Maybe we'll take a W Corp train there. I don't think so. I feel like we're going to, like... I don't know. I can't imagine Mephistopheles going through a warp train unless the warp trains have, like, cargo carriages, which we don't know if they do, right? There might be specialized cargo, like, warp trains. Oh. Here and there, right? Something weird like that. Hard to say. They could get first class. Maybe... I don't really expect Limbus to, dosh up that much money for such a thing, but they do seem to have a lot of money, so maybe they would. The problem still would be, how do they get Mephistopheles, right? There probably is, yeah. S-Corp has, like, a king. Yeah, S-Corp is very, like, feudal Korea type stuff going on there. Would fit very well for Dawn's Canto. And also, I'm pretty sure the actual Dante's notes for S-Corp mentions, like, surely we're not going to go there next or something, right? Like, something, like, super cheeky like that, which might be, like, saying that we're not going to, but we'll have to see. Dante's got 261 since you remember something that was erasing memories in my notes, can't enforce memories procedure. Yeah, the idea of erasing memories and erasing things in general is a huge plot point. Because we've obviously had that, we've had what happened to Kathy, we've had what happened to, what happened with, their memories after K-Corp, and we've had the whole concept Incinerator in general being a huge part of Hell's Chicken, and also Dongbak's motivations as a whole, and just the League in general, right? So that's going to be a huge thing. Herm wants us to Royal Mirror Worlds. It's just going to be a huge thing in general throughout, like, the main, like, themes of Limbus, I think. Yeah, Dante themselves as well doesn't remember their own memories. We'll have to see exactly how that builds up, though. A lot of ways they could take it, I think. Exciting stuff. I do hope we get some other random major like lore stuff here, because so far favorite mid chapters definitely yield my flesh to claim their bones. Because that one had so much going on beyond the main thing. A lot of cool things happened. We finally saw LCA. We finally saw LCCA as well. Uh, the monolith, the ties to distortion detective. A lot of stuff happened in that one. I wonder if we're getting a lot more random things here. What will you run to complete the event? Tremor. Definitely. We're probably going to be limited to the 3 respective sinners for at least a chunk of it. So obviously, like Rose Spanner, New Hong Lu, and probably LCCB Ryoshu, because it'll take a little bit before I can actually get the new Ryoshu ID, right? I think that's my plan. And otherwise, I'll just run like a standard Tremor people on the side as well. You know, you could pull like Molar Otis. Obviously, we're gonna have it, Faust for regret, and because she's gonna get her funny ego. And we'll see for the last person. Probably it's gonna be Ufi Heathcliff, but I don't know. Might be weird to have someone else, you know, super Tremor focused or super amplitude converge focused. Want to run the new Tremor stuff because it seems interesting, but you don't have any good Tremor IDs. Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be questionable. I think you should probably run whatever you think is like best for you, right? But you definitely could. Canto 6 requires you to have at least one good ID for every unit. Yeah, you'd think so. Sometimes people just get super unlucky though, right? My friend didn't get a single Dawn ID until he got to like Canto 6, I think. Like I had a friend who took super long to get a single Dawn ID. So like you'd think that's the case, but some people are just really unlucky. If he's a good clashing anyways, meaning some skill 3s or use some egos to not use that conversion thing. Yeah, that's true. Or I could just take another like decent unit, right? Either option works. You don't grind the game while you barely have any IDs. Yeah, you still get a decent amount of IDs by just playing the game, right? 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes away, and then we'll finally be able to kill time. I wonder if we're gonna get another Sapling of Light gimmick this mid-chapter. I could see it, right? Because we did just get a golden bow at the end of Canto 6, so they might be like, oh yeah, Dante's unlocked a new power thanks to that, you know, homeless, you know, burnt up golden bow. And we could get another time focus one. What if we got one that speeds up time instead? I've been tempted to make a new account to see how hard it is to serve in the beginning of Limbus. Yeah, I've got an alt account that was like is free to play. I used it for a little bit, but like for some reason it straight up does not allow it into the game anymore. So do you know what's going on there? That's fine. Champions like Honglu, Ryoshu, Faust, Heathcliff, Otis, Runium. Probably, yeah. Seems pretty accurate. These IDs are going to be so slow. I don't know. Say that, but like, surely at least Honglu's going to be fast because it works to. Remember the clock things are the floors in Ruina? You mean the sapling of light things? Yeah. They're the Sephiroth slash Ruina floors slash that sort of thing. That sort of thing. Right. Okay, this is bad timing. I gotta let dog out. This is a very bad timing for it, but currently dog sitting for a senior dog, and it can't really wait. Okay, that didn't take too long. We should be able to, maintenance should be over now. Oh, and that's pretty cool. Funny, thing, right? Let's see. You're saying it's a, oh yeah, I didn't even show it. Okay, is it gonna load? There we go. Yeah, a bit of an update. To be expected. Streaming and download at the same time should be slow. Yeah, it's not usually too bad for me. You might hear a dog drinking water in the background. Assuming I don't have connection issues like I did for like while purchasing, it should be fine. Open up the zip bomb via Limbus, true. This week's Limbus update is like 5 terabytes large because there's like a really large image of Roland. Like a really large. Sound, simple enough. A lot of sounds. Odd since there's not like voiced lines or something, but like, I guess it's not that shocking of a thing, I don't think. Right? Not that big of a deal. Why your download speed literally more than 10 times faster than mine? Could be a variety of things. Could be my internet's decent right now. Could be that your computer's works or something, right? What do you think Faust Ego is gonna roll? We're gonna see very soon. I'm excited to see. Because it might be really stupid. That was so fast for you. I'm goaded. It's as simple as that. No, don't modulize. Don't modulize. Merso target extraction. That's interesting. Doesn't really matter too much for me. Right, it's here. Yeah, cool. Distortion, Eurodivia, Everlasting, Faust. Let's do our daily pulls, right? Fairly simply. Let's just get them out of the way, right? See if we get lucky here a little bit. I'm gonna make use of the fact that I had a super good, super fast, load in time to get the new stuff as soon as possible. Gotta be one of the first people to get it, right? If we're killing time, you know, you gotta be fast to heal time, otherwise time might kill you first. Okay. Merso ID? Sure. Let's go, warp Merso. Alright. That's more shards, I guess. I won't say no or anything, but a little bit odd. Doesn't really help me much at all. But that's fine. Riz, I don't have an Ethernet connection, but I feel attacked. I don't have an Ethernet connection too. I'm playing on a laptop, in somebody else's house right now. So, it's just that easy, I suppose. Let's see, let's just pop 200 each. Don't really need that many, but I'd like to do that many. You got Crying Sinclair. I mean, that's a goated thing too, right? Cool, get a bunch of those shards and stuff. Using a cell phone, so it's gonna take you a while. Yeah, that's for sure. Here we go. Now we can get the new stuff. Start with the ego, sure, why not? Yeah, funny awakening line. Simple enough. Very cool looking ego. We're gonna have to see the numbers though, because that'll just determine a lot, I think, right? Season 4, Everlasting. And you as well. Oh, we don't have enough shards to update you, do we? Mr. Moneybags over here. I love flexing my, 1,500 boxes. There he is. Pretty cool. Ooh, the IDs and egos and banner. Yeah, I'll go over them and stuff, right? We get funny quotes. The blank always reveals itself through the lens. Thus, you blink to move, trapped in the stop time for eternity. Answer, cease. Cool. But, like, I mean, just... Alright, Tremor Team, yeah, pull that out. Throw these on, first things first. cool to see. But, like, he's literally Hairlock Sholmes, like, the weird, like, lens device thing from his hat. Like, it's just too fitting. The only thing he's missing is that he doesn't have one of those weird hunting hats that, you know, detectives have. Those, like, double-brimmed hats. He's got a top hat instead, but, you know, close enough, right? Let's do the ego first. You know, we'll get to the ID first. I'm curious about the ego, and... Amplitude entanglement is real funny. Curious to see the numbers. Blunt weak? Is he blunt weak? That ID is so slow. Oh, I didn't look at his speed. It'll get better when we update, because that's how it usually is, right? But we'll see. 4 plus 5. Okay. So it's a 24 roll, potentially. Doesn't gain coin power or anything, but that's still really good for an ego just in general. It's gonna hit a lot. Seems like an Eileen ego. Yeah, it's a similar thing. 24 is really good, though. Only 1 attack weight. Corrosion's 3 weight, of course. Of course, multi-coins aren't supposed to clash well. They're supposed to do a lot of damage. And, like, a 24 for this is pretty good. It's not gonna be stupid in, like, later floors of Mirror Dungeon or stuff like that. It is just the time duck, though, so that name is accurate. It's funny. Plus 0 offense level, yeah, to be expected. 2 Lust, 4 Sloth, 2 Gloom, 3 Pride. I guess Lust is a little tight on this team, right? Because it's basically only the Molar IDs. Especially since you're not going to be used too much, it's only going to be that, so that part's a little rough. But the rest of it's, like, fairly common. I guess there's a little bit of overlap with what, Pongu Cavernous Whaling needs with some of these. So there's going to be a little bit of, you know, fighting over the resources there, but that's fine. Deal 3.5 times speed difference, more damage, max 50%. Yeah, really good if you want to use, like, LCR or something, I guess, something actually fast. 3 plus highest resonance, like tremor potency by 2 times highest resonance, max 10. Sloth has resonance, tremor count by tremor potency inflicted, max 10. So you get a 5 sloth resonance with this, and then the target gets 10 tremor count and potency immediately. Really? That's a lot of tremor. And, like, 5 sloth absolute resonance, it's a little hard to do, but, like, on a tremor team, like, there's a fair bit of sloth on everyone. It's very doable. That's a lot of tremor count. And it's only a tremor count loss of 4. This is super positive if you get a good sloth resonance. That's interesting. 3 turns with 10 SP at turn end. Yeah, so it's the same as SP cost as Heathcliff Mines. That sort of thing. On hit with like 10 tremor, 10 tremor. Wait a second, I didn't read that. 20 tremor, 20 count if you have a 5 sloth resonance. What? Huh? It says max 10 right there. It does, and then it inflicts 10 more tremor and 10 more tremor count. On top of that. It's 20 if you get it all, because it's 10 from this, and then 10 from this effect. That's stupid. What? That's so much tremor. And then it's insane, because then Tremor Everlasting gets such a big benefit. Oh, Ryoshi's new idea is lost on skill 1. Oh, that's good, I guess. Tremor's one of the favorite. Yeah, Tremor Everlasting. So is it... Okay, it's a max 50% for both of these. So 50 Tremor... It's 50 Tremor Potency, 50 Tremor Count. It has 50% for both of those. Okay, that's a little bit balanced then, I guess, right? It's luck-based, though, so if you get really lucky, that's fine. 12 Tremor Bursts isn't, you know, super likely. I mean, if you want to get 12 Tremor Bursts, you can, but you need to win 550, or you need to win 8 50-50s, right? Assuming the enemy has enough Tremor for that. And it does a good job setting up the Tremor, though, so that's for sure. Restarting max speed by half next turn. It's a funny effect. And yeah, Corrosion is a lot less Tremor count, but it's a bunch more people. That sort of thing. Yeah. Corrosion's good if you want to hit a bunch of people instead of just one. Mine finally downloaded. Do you see how much tremor this has? Do you see how much tremor this is, DC? It's insane. This is 20 potency and 20 count from a 5 sloth resonance. Like, the 5 sloth resonance isn't so hard to see. Like, it's insane. And then passives, whenever this unit uses a skill trigger, try and person enemy gain 1 haste next turn, 4 times per turn, including ego skills. It specifies including ego skills just because this is, you know, the main purpose, right? Yeah, this is a... Oh, that's a 40 sanity cost corrosion, though. Yeah, that's fitting. This means overclocking this costs 60 sanity, though. I don't think that's going to be worth using basically ever, because 60 sanity, that's a couple, right? It's a couple. I don't know, there's some situations, I guess. 60, yeah, because overclocking multiplies it by 1.5%. Cool, we've got enough tickets to get you to 45 instantly. That'll be good. And we'll see your uptime story, why not? Really, yeah. Overclocking multiplies both ego resources spent and sanity spent by 1.5. Which is partially why overclocking isn't very reliable for a lot of the times, because it's a lot of sanity for often not great effects, but for some things it's good effects. Let's take a look at this guy's uptime story thing. How would I do this if I was a killer? I just have to slowly think it through, and I suppose I'll find the truth sooner or later. That's 7 notice from your 10 poll, incredible. He's 3 to 7, that's, yeah, that's basically average at this point, I feel like. Not great. Let's take a look at his uptime story, though. It'll also change his loading screen to be him, so that'll be funny. Oops. I guess I'll start by taking a quick look around. The child leisurely strolls into a dark and stuffy basement. He has a casual look on his face, as though all was right in the world. So I need to make sure chat's in a decent enough spot. Yeah, I think so. In his mouth is a sweet lollipop, and his gait is relaxed and gentle. There was something different about this child. Though he wore the very same scarf that others in his organization wore, he did not share their perpetual sense of urgency. It's not a rare sight to see a Eurodivvy fight a Eurodivvy, but this one's a bit different. Yeah, I'll move that there. The Eurodivvy, an organization established with the spirit of bringing a new world to life, a world in which the few do not hoard the riches, a world of equality. But not all those who call themselves a Eurodivvy share the same sentiment. Now that Eurodivvy was widespread enough to establish themselves as a real presence even in some nests, some of their new recruits did not share that ideal. Some of them joined only because they were down on their lucks, or only because they simply disliked the way things were under the Wing's reign. Such discord often leads to internal conflict. Sometimes their opinions of the Wings and the nests just don't always see eye to eye, and sometimes violence becomes the preferred conflict resolution method. But that's just the way things are in the city, isn't it? Fine speed, your game first release. Yeah, it's fine speed. The Tremor IDs aren't particularly speedy, but they're kind of better on the average, I feel like. Molar IDs, especially with Everlasting existing now, it means that Faust is pretty frequently going to be like the fastest, which is fine, I guess. Just means Honglu you need to have Honglu set up like with his ego. It means his skill 3 isn't going to be very good. The actual amplitude entanglement from his skill 3 is going to be pretty bad compared to setting up with the ego, right? Because he's not going to be particularly fast, but I don't think there was any speed in his kit, was there? I don't think so. I might be forgetting something though, right? You're just lost purposely applied at the end. Well, here's the basic summary. If you're going to do slow, you use ego, you set it up. His ego lasts till the next turn. So you ego with turn 1, turn 2, you everlasting with Faust hopefully being fast. You get both of them at the same time, and then that's the turn you burst down. It just means you can't do like a turn 1 shenanigans as easily with him, which even if you had a decent bit of speed, it would still be very luck-based for something like that, right? And that is where the child comes in. He has been working as a Eurodivvy detective of sorts, investigating instances of such violence. My, blood splatters all over the place. All those broken cups. That'll fetch quite the compensation. Hey, you're finally here. Yes, I am. Can I get a lowdown on what we're dealing with? He needs this speed or the whole Tremor theory is going to be so garbage. I mean, He doesn't really need it. You just gotta set it up differently. Roseate Desire doesn't make him faster with some haste. I don't remember the kid at that ego. Well, you can't use Roseate Desire alongside Cavernous Wailing, so even if it gives speed, like, which I don't remember if it does, don't really think it is applicable. Honglu doesn't need to be fast. It just means his skill 3 is going to be bad. But he still has Cavernous Wailing, right? And that's kind of the more important part. His colleague extends his greetings as the child bends down to traverse under several layers of tapes outlining the crime scene. Well, like always, can't say I've got a lowdown to give ya. But I'm sure this mess is nothing more than one of them brawls that break out after a potent mix of too many shots of liquor and overly passionate debates. I've got confirmation from the witnesses and the owner, too. One of them just glassed the other one out of nowhere, right in the forehead. Ouch. With a glass cup. Sounds painful. Yeah, ouch is right. And that was probably the last straw. The moment of no return where all hopes of resolving the situation without a casualty were lost. The partner muttered bitterly before letting out a deep sigh. Lad, I can't understand how people gathered under the same banner and the same cause could hate one another so much. I just don't. It's easy to bring people together for something happy because everyone wants the same thing. But bringing angry people together for something unhappy is hard, because once you really look into it, you'll notice that not everyone wants the same thing. People all have different reasons for feeling unhappy about the wings, right? Sometimes I can't help but wonder how you can act so aloof, like you're above all of this. If you decided to join the Eurodivier, I bet you had your own reasons too. Am I wrong? Oh, I'm just here to expand my horizons. It's certainly given me an eye for picking up clues and getting a better picture of each case, Fuhu. The colleague simply could not understand the child, nor could he share in his casualness, but perhaps, he thought, that was precisely why the child could be trusted to resolve these cases with a fair eye and swift feet. Besides, it was more fitting for the Eurodivier to settle their own problems, rather than to rely on a wing or the associations. I love how, like, so many Honglu update stories are just other people being like, what is wrong with this guy? Very notable for, like, K-Corp as well, right? Right, what do you see? Give me something to work with here. Of course! Let's reconstruct the crime scene. Ooh! This goes hard. The child adjusted the dial on his clockwork monocle as he replied. His voice suggested that he was in high spirits. The monocle, crafted by a skilled artificer who once worked for a famous workshop, highlighted various points of interest. Adjusting the dial to play various scenes that would help with the viewer's deductions. Surely it's not Yuria. Surely not. Also, artificer is a very funny term to use here that they have not used for things in the past, but it is fitting, of course. I guess, Yuria Atelier was fairly famous, I'm fairly certain, right? It was very, selective in its people, but I don't know, Yuria, I guess she did have a fairly steampunky artwork. It might be Yuria. Look, the blood splatter's all dried at different rates. This one's dried and vicious, and it's halfway permeated into the wood. The other splatter's a bit fresh, though. Not sure how much that info's worth. Like, how dried the blood splatters are doesn't help us much if one of them was living 8-hour days and the other one 6-hour days. Can't tell who bled first from that. Let's reconstruct the broken pieces of the glass. Wait, this was a light bulb, not a glass cup. Then above us must be... Heh, one of the lights is missing. This could be interesting. Let's check the register, shall we? The child sang a cheerful hum as he sauntered up to the register. The owner of the shop organized his daily earnings by collecting the receipts. I remember how he was always so proud to show off his collection of receipts whenever we came here for a meal. Looks like he's been deep in the red as of late. Replacing a precariously hanging light must have been the last thing on his mind. Wait, that means... Yep. Ah, that explains the confused look on the victim's face I saw through my monocle. Huh, so all that was over a misunderstanding? The colleague sighed and ran his hand through his hair, with a bitter expression. It must have pained him to see the Eurodivier's name, to which people flocked under the same cause of revolution, degrade in the public eye. It's tragic, but maybe all this was inevitable. Expecting everything to go right in a world of ever-shifting chaos is to slumber in a dream of excessive idealism. Yeah, it was literally just a glass bulb. How funny is that? His Sloth's defense is funny. 2-time turn count target is shield HE max 13. Wait, it's a funny skill name. Yeah. Flick 2 tremor, gain 4 tremor count effectively. It's fine. Target 6 plus tremor, cost plus 1, gain 3 tremor count, gain 3 tremor count. Yeah, simple enough. You gain 6 with this one. Trigger tremor burst target 6 plus tremor, easy enough. Then you're the culprit, 3 plus 3, clash power, coin power, less than 15, consume 10 to gain 2, 15 gain coin power plus 3. If the skill consumes tremor count in use, which it's basically guaranteed to, right? Because it's guaranteed, as long as you have any tremor count, you should consume at least some of it. Because even if it's less than 15, that's how it seems. Less than 15 you spend, less than 10 you spend all of it effectively to gain plus 2 coin power, right? So that should happen basically always. Yeah, you're the culprit. Funny skill name as well. Tremor, amplitude entanglement into tremor reverb, which turns carpet 1. 10 plus tremor count, use trigger tremor burst, trigger tremor burst. Trigger tremor burst on self if you have less than that. Okay. So you only need at least 10 tremor count to get the special effects. You'll get the tremor burst on self if you didn't spend the 15. Wait, reverb? Yeah, tremor reverb. The ID's got reverb. Did they change it? No. That's what it's been, right? Tremor Everlasting is the thing to the Faust ego. Don't know what you're getting confused by. Gain damage equal to number of times you trigger tremor burst, turn max 3. Sure. And when deployed, it triggers tremor burst to a chance to inflict additional tremor burst. Also funny, it's sloth res, so it won't happen a lot, but 15 should be easy to get. Yeah, fairly simple. I think it was the other one, the red one. Oh, you're thinking Fracture. No, Fracture is only on Otis Bind still. That seems pretty cool. Well, the Tremor team's set up. A little bit of stalling later. What? Is there another one of these? Sailors, another program related to Limbus Company. It's for the program making damage to recent values. People are cheating, huh? Another program related to Limbus Company. People are selling Limbus hacks? That's very interesting. Don't know why people do that, but, like, that's how people are, right? So I'm not shocked. Ooh! For exchange, yeah, we'll need 500 to get Ryoshu. Shouldn't take too long to happen, probably. Standardish looking rewards, that sort of thing, yeah. Goes hard event bonus units, yeah, these are bonus units, so we gain more stuff. That'll help out. How many stages? 15, a little longer than most. Oh, this is, like, cool stylistically. It's, like, rotated and stuff. You said it is a mod that makes you do 9,000 damage? Kind of just sounds stupid, but interesting. God. And people could in lunacy in the first week of Limbus and not expect people to mod it, but yeah. It's interesting. They'll get punished for it, I'm sure. I don't know why you'd risk it, especially if you would, like, actually play the game a decent bit, because, like, obviously it's super easy to track that kind of thing, especially if you do it in super obvious sorts of ways, right? See, let's get into this, though. Might as well, right? Let's jump straight into it. Why was she jumping? So I wonder if that clock tower is important. It looks kind of, like, obvious in the background, but I don't know for sure. And then there's... I don't even know what that's supposed to fake say. Don Quixote loudly and obnoxiously flaps through the newspaper in her hands, while peppering in a few insightful chuckles. Unfortunately, I now know exactly what this means. And... that she will continue to try to draw my attention until I acknowledge her at the most appropriate moment. Okay, Don Quixote. Fine. What is it? Manager Esquire, dost thou know that the city's upstart companies, such as one Limbus company, must always pay close heed to the ever-changing world around us? Hie thee thither, hither, read thy newspapers, Manager Esquire, and do keep thyself up to date on the events of the city, as Merso and as I, Don Quixote, do air every morrow. But just go along with it, why don't you? I'm pretty sure she's talking about Merso in one of his morning routines. You know, the one with the newspapers. Ah, the newspaper routine, where he wakes up before the crack of dawn, parks himself on a chair, folds one leg over the other in an exact 90-degree figure 4 leg lock position, and peruses the morning newspaper. Yeah, I can't say I'm surprised by this. That. I guess it left an impression on her. Betcha she'll be back to her usual self in a week or so. Hearken unto me! Art thou paying attention? Yep, totally. So what's new? What, did an article mention us or something? Oh, how didst thou know? Wait, really? Forsooth, feast thy eyes on page 3, though 'tis quite regrettable that we were robbed of the chance to be on the front page. Huh? Page 3? We're really starting to put our names out there, huh? Don Quixote and Roja, the two sinners who are guaranteed to draw the full attention of whichever space they inhabit, were speaking. It was only a matter of time before the other sinners began crowding around us, curious about the commotion. Ahem, a dramatic conclusion to the mysterious disappearances at T-Corp. Shocking! The perpetrator of this mysterious case has been revealed to be none other than the prestigious Edgar family, appalling the general public. But, well, I don't think we need to hear that part. What else does it say? With small assistance from some wandering bystanders who happened to be lost in the area, and with the most admirable heroics of the T-Corp Class 3 collection staff on the scene. Wandering bystanders, is it? Perchance that particular denomination refers to us. Bystanders? They're treating us like we were barely there. They didn't even mention our company name. Oh, come on. Those time collectors weren't even there. This is within the expected range of behavior for the news media. so real for that, Merso. Well, there may be those who seek to interview us after reading this very article, mayhaps. Yeah, I'm sure they'll have a grand old time looking for wandering bystanders for an interview. Very descriptive. I doubt anyone will pay us much attention, Don Quixote. Better not set yourself up for disappointment, and... We were standing there for a good moment in a big group, chattering about the article, when someone slowly but smoothly walked between us. Excuse me, would you be employees of Limbus Company? You fellas are... I'm sure that you are already aware of the reason for our visit. Oh, I welcome thee here! Long and hard have I awaited thy arrival! Now, from whence shall we begin? Whoa, is she actually here to interview us? No way. Don Quixote wasn't just losing her mind at nothing? I was not told that any interview would be taking place. My, where'd Verd go at a time like this? Now, where'd I put that leftover hair gel from Heath's makeover? Ahem, thou may commence. Alright then. This person has a face, so they might get a name? Usually if someone has actually visible eyes, they get a name. We'll see. Verily, I shan't rightly take all the credit for what we've accomplished there. Will you be making your tax payment in installments? Hmm? Huh? Okay, we're clearly not on the same page here. We are the tax collectors from T-Corp's Time Collections Agency, currently on a mission to collect your overdue time tax. Those ilks are never bringers of good tidings indeed. Wait, time tax? No, that doesn't make any sense. We already paid our time tax in full when we went through the T-Corp Nest immigration process. Virgilia said... A few days ago, aboard Mephistopheles. Are you sure we don't need to pick up a timepiece for each of us to carry? You probably know this already, but in T-Corp, everyone must carry a timepiece. Yes, I know the rules. But for every rule, there's always room for an alternative that offers a bit more flexibility. Of course, I don't suppose it's listed anywhere on that pamphlet. Outsiders seeking a short-term stay at T-Corp can pay the appropriate time tax for the length of their stay to be exempt from the relevant obligations, instead of going out of their way to abide by T-Corp's rules. As you may have expected, anyone born outside District 20 must go through numerous hoops before they can be issued a timepiece. So we elected to pay 30 days worth of time tax on the spot before entering T-Corp's borders. Impressive. Can't have been cheap. Yet I wish to wear a watch as well, like Lady Otis does. Haven't I already made it clear that it is not a fashion item? As I have said so in the past, the company has no budgetary concerns. It is a given that they would be taking care of such expenses. We're finally starting to operate like a real professional company now, huh? Yeah, there must have been a minor miscalculation or something. Maybe we fell slightly short of the amount we had to pay. It hasn't even been 30 days since we arrived here, though. Well, I'm sure we can pawn away their stuff to fix whatever probably amounts to a rounding error. Easy peasy. Heathcliff muttered, gesturing towards Sinclair and Honglu with his chin. God. The remember bat just goes so hard. If it'll help to pay for the time tax, then sure. Oh, maybe. I didn't pack much when I left, though. Well, let's hear the damage. How much time tax do we owe ya? Currently, you are 10 million, or 10 billion 40 million on behind in time tax payments. What? Did my hearing get worse or something? I heard a 10, a 40, and the rest just kind of flew over my head. For that much money, oh, we might have to make a brief stop in my place first. What other options do we have if we don't... I mean, if we can't pay the tax? Can't pay the tax is not an option. Your only options are the following. Make your payment with time or money. With interest, of course. What the hell does making payment with time even mean? Now that I think about it, I remember someone talking about paying with time before. I never really cared to find out what exactly they meant, though. Yisung? Heathcliff? Know anything about this? I have not once failed to make my payments during my residency at this nest. Thus I know not what transpires on an occasion in which one fails to pay the time tax. I've never been involved in messy businesses like taxes of the manor either, and in my Baxter's days, boss dealt with complicated stuff like that for the rest of us. I did see a few poor sods getting dragged away because they failed to cough it up, though. Well then... With their not-so-helpful answers, my mind immediately began to wander toward Faust, who I hope would know something more about this than the two of them. And that's when Otis suddenly and defiantly stood between us and the collectors. This is completely unreasonable. What kind of shoddy calculation led to this nonsensical figure? Tax calculations in T-Corp are always exceptionally reasonable. The clock's ticking. Would I be correct to assume that you lack both the capability and the will to make your fair payments? Wait, wait. We don't have to escalate this. Can we get a timeout? Your choice of words may be quite unwise. Cry and whine all you want about not wanting to escalate things when you've got 10 billion on in your pockets. I won't recognize your opinion as anything of worth otherwise. No? Then shut up and stay out of our way while we deal with this obstacle that dares to stand in our path. How exciting. A 10 billion on death. 10 billion and 40 million on, to be exact. So silly. Okay. The visit from T-Corp. Yeah, we're gonna do a fight. Makes sense. Clear within 10 turns. Enemy info. Yeah. Weak to Pierce. Makes enough sense, I guess. Are you even Pierce? You're partially Pierce. I knew you were partially Blunt as well. I think it's a similar thing for Ryoshu, right? Oh god. Please don't resist slash. I'm begging you, PM. It's if you wanted, if you're supposed to use Tremor here, they're probably gonna resist slash if I had to guess, right? There we go. Yeah, let's see. So for our actual team, what's the plan here? Because obviously we're gonna have you first. We'll probably have you second. Oh, did you play it? Plays a funny sound effect when you select Honglu, I assume. Yeah, cool. Let's see. We don't have Ryoshi. We'll run LCCV Ryoshu though, just because why not, right? It's funny. That's good enough a reason for me, I think. Okay. Start with some Tremor. What's your going on? Yeah, you've got Golden Time 1. Yeah, that thing happens. Gain 2 fraud next turn sharp when it happens. Unit does not have borrowed time, gain Tremor count. So they've changed the gimmick with T-Corp, I think, to a degree. Let's see. Borrowed time. Turn in, gain 4-1 haste. Okay. Clash power up and fragile. Let's see. So do you start with a chunk of it? Yeah, you counter start gain 4 borrowed time. Count. Okay. So gain 4 take clash power and fragile next turn. Okay, so haste and clash power and fragile is the downside. At 1 count, gain bind instead. Gain 1 potency and lose 1 count each turn. Are you going to build it up with your count? Can see if the tremor count itself and gain 1. Oh god, the right side! Tremor chain! Okay. The right side is scrolling so fast. God. What does this do? Because that's a new type of tremor. Tremor chain. Lose 1 clash power for every 10 tremor potency on self max 3. Ooh. So Tremor Chain weakens. That's cool. Not when we have itself. Gimmick with bind means you can stagger them. But... yeah. Interesting stuff, that's for sure. So bind is good here. I guess there's not a lot of units that are super bindy though, right? So I don't know if that's like the biggest deal. You're struggling. What level are you? You're level 40. I guess you're not highest level. You're dripped out, though. That's for sure. Look at Honglu. Yeah, he looks awesome. That's for sure. Okay, you're struggling. I think that's going to happen, and there's not much we can do. But that's kind of what we get for running LCC v Ryoshu. But we'll get her 2-star before the end of this mid-chapter event, I guess. They still have charge, though. It didn't look like it. I think they're self-tremor entirely now. This is cool. I can check it for sure. Change the icon for Clash power-up. Oh yeah, that's new entirely. Jeez. I don't know. I don't know if there was a Clash Power Up icon before. There might have been, but like, no, I'm thinking of something different. I'm thinking the generic power up, which was like the arm with an arrow. I think that's new. It never gives us a status. Yeah, of course Clash Power existed as a thing, obviously, but and there was never a status effect for it. Gain 1 potency and lose 1 count, yeah. It's cool. Okay, yeah, we're losing all the clashes immediately, which is really funny, but like, there's not much I can do about it beyond just accepting it, jeez. Yeah, a little bit bad for us, isn't it? Oh boy, jeez, that's a cool animation, though. I'm kind of glad I got lost that there. Yeah, power up is an arm, that's what I was thinking. Yes. Offense power is the red arrow, yeah. Yeah, we're off to a bad start here. Any clash of a little bit of luck, true. We just gotta gamble. Yeah, we can unleash our violence though, so that's nice. I love unleashing violence. Stagger some of those guys, cool. Okay, we're looking relatively better. We're looking a lot better at this point. Why don't we have it look so cool? I still believe we're gonna get like a Season 0 T-Corp banner sometime soon, especially since we're seeing these guys now. I know they've got an entirely unique gimmick. Like, the T-Corp and Can't Afford an interesting gimmick as well, but the kind of one where you could definitely tell it would need to be tweaked a lot if you're getting IDs for it. But this time it feels like it's built for us to get IDs for them. IDs that really need to keep on borrowing time so that they're not gonna, like, doom themselves, which is funny. Kind of ticking time bomb type IDs. You're not careful about stuff, and they will just explode. Yeah, that's a cool animation as well, right? Oh, that's the actual... Okay, that's cool. We got to see the icon for superposition there. Like the half red, half blue. We only got to saw it briefly. Because it only lasts one turn, we can't really look at it well, but it was like kind of like half of a red, half of a blue. So the color seems to not change based on what types is used for the superposition, which is kind of unfortunate. I was hoping it would be like that. But I guess that would be a lot of work or something to have different sprites for each one, although I'm sure they could do some shenanigans for it, right? But that's fine. Okay, you go down, nice. We've purposely had Faust only go for a weak attack so she can save a stupid amount of tremor count on self to just go all out next turn. I'd actually check, but I assume there's a second wave, surely. Do we not kill this guy this turn? We don't even kill this guy this turn. Alright. That's a little unfortunate. No, there's not a second wave, though. Oh. And there was no reason to save up her attacks. I feel like it's been a while since we had a single wave normal fight. Basically everything in Kanto 6 was 2 waves, as if it was like a normal fight. Well, I'll take it. A T-Corp staff in a different uniform approached the sinners as both sides went on the defensive. Class 4? We didn't even know that it went past 3. That's cool. Is this one their ringleader? Using skill 2 and Faust actually pretty much fronts the cost of the attack weight, so no reason not to. I mean, not against a single target, which, you know, there was only one of at that point, right? So it would have been a slight loss, but yeah, only a slight. Not really when you got multiple skill slots, too. Yeah. He may be of a higher rank, but he is but an employee of T-Corp all the same. Which is to say that our insistence on meeting their demands with hostility may lead to a direct confrontation against the full force of T-Corp. Lay down your weapons now. Should you refuse to cooperate, all of you present may be considered hostile individuals by T-Corp and will use force to... I like that. How thrilling. This is bad. This seems like a great time for Virgilius with his intimidating glowing eye to appear. Man, weren't things much better between us and the guide but only a few days ago? Feels like it's been forever since then. Come on, don't glare at us like that. We had our reasons, Kay. They showed up out of nowhere and tried to extort a whole 10 billion on. 10 billion and 40 million on, to be exact. You really like saying that, don't you? Jeez. Yeah, the point is, there's no way we owe him that much money. We're kind, law-abiding citizens. Who are brimming with a sense of justice. Hear, hear. Virgilius listened quietly for a moment as the sinners chattered on, like they were a part of a comedy skit. Yes, I agree that 10 billion on in taxes does seem unreasonable. However, it is a mystery to me how no one stopped to think for a second about the troubles you might spark by starting a meaningless scuffle like this, in the middle of the street, no less. Virgilius let out a deep sigh before turning toward the T-Corp employee. We find it regrettable that this incident has led to bloodshed. However, 10 billion on in time tax is unacceptable. I'm sure you know full well that 10 billion on's worth of tax isn't the kind of money that we can simply fork over in the middle of the street. I believe that it would have been more appropriate if you had provided us with some context as to how this number came to be, instead of immediately marching up to us and demanding that we pay the time tax. I admit that such an absurd amount of time tax levied upon your group is almost unprecedented. We have been summoned to an emergency meeting in a relevant office to address the severity of this incident. I see your point. Why don't we move this conversation to the collections office in the relevant jurisdiction area for now to discuss possible solutions? Oh boy. And then Mercer's gonna get put into the machine. We don't know why he's gonna get put in the machine, but he is. Everyone has their own timepiece with varying time scales. Time that goes by quickly, time that lingers. The hours are always misaligned. Funny. I can't even see. A case of the gallows. Are they calling those gallows? That's fun. Love gallows. You know, some of these. It'll take a little bit more before we can get enough for Ryoshu, but that's fine. Future stages will give more, I'm sure, right? And this is a cool looking background too. They got like scales of justice going on there. The truth behind the certain amount of time tax levied upon us was simpler than I expected. About a week ago, a large-scale unauthorized temporal leakage phenomenon was observed at the Wuthering Heights Manor, which shot you up several stages in the progressive time use tax bracket due to the immense amount of time leak. A temporal leakage phenomenon? It refers to a deceleration in the flow of time within a certain physical field. In your case, it wasn't even a static deceleration field. It moved all over the mantle for a good while too. It measured about 4 hours worth of time in the process. Are they going to take away our time? That's what I assume. Are they going to take away time from like a bunch of the sinners or something? What the bloody hell is she blathering about? A deceleration in the flow of time within a certain... She must be referring to the moment during which Dante granted us celerity as we were in pursuit of that man at the manor. Yeah, so that causes issues. Of course it's that. Impossible. The manager's ability was activated for less than 30 minutes. It is most likely that your 4-hour measure is a calculation error. No. Considering the odd sensation we had experienced as we departed the manor, it is most probable that no error had occurred in their calculations. Do you recall, Dante, as we left behind the manor? A few days ago, another flashback. They're gonna pull this flashback card a bunch here just because it's the detective mid-chapter, and that fits. Aha! Merso, is there aught wrong with thy daily routine? We had just returned to Mephistopheles after the incident at the Wuthering Heights Manor. Most sinners were keeping it to themselves, given the clear look of sorrow on Heathcliff. However, Don Quixote's ever-cheerful voice, like always, constantly shattered through the silence. This was before he marked the bat. That's funny. I have identified an anomaly. Huh? We should have been issued the morning newspaper, not the evening newspaper. This is inconsistent with the amount of time we spent at the manor. Perchance 'twas an innocent mistake. As long as I have been a passenger of this bus, morning papers have always been delivered during designated morning hours, and evening papers have always been delivered during designated evening hours. The possibility that they have made a mistake cannot be completely ruled out. However, the likelihood of that is minuscule. Oh, now that I'm looking at it, that's a sunset, not a sunrise. Couldn't tell because of the lack of color. This cannot be! This must be the earliest hours of the morrow, is it not? I may have an idea as to how this inconsistently came to be. Right, the TT4 protocol. 4? We know TT2. We've got all the way up to 4 at this point. What's that? Temporal velocity synchronization device, or something like that. I've seen an advert for it once. A luxury solution to all your time synchronization needs. Enjoy equally leisurely hours together, or something like that. Oh, 'tis quite unlike thee, Sir Heathcliff, to use so many complicated words in a sentence. Pray shall someone explain it in plainer language? It is an apparatus for equalizing the velocity of time for all those affected individuals under the TT4 protocol's influence. Aha! Forsooth, I thought it quite odd how someone so affluent in time was moving and speaking at the same speed as the rest of us. Then, with this information, it can be concluded that the time we have experienced within the manor was flowing at a faster rate than the world outside. That is a coherent explanation as to why the evening newspaper, instead of the morning newspaper, was issued. Good. Now that your curiosity is sated, I don't suppose anyone has any issues with tackling a new job. The LCA has sent us a new request to track down a distortion. As for more detailed information... And yeah, that's what happens in the post-credit scene in Canto 6 when, we get visited by Demian again. Yes, indeed. It was akin to tampering with an already accelerated flow of time. From an outsider's point of view, it would have appeared as though more time than what was actually spent was leaked. This bloke knows what he's talking about. Also, you didn't just manipulate time on a personal scale. Like I said earlier, you affected the flow of time within a physical space. Let me remind you that it wasn't even a static field. It moved all over that manor. Honestly, this situation is completely unprecedented. Right, they used to activate it only on special occasions, like when we had plenty of guests over for a visit, because it was so bloody pricey. So, the time tax for your inflated tax bracket, multiplied by the surtax per volume from the physical space covered by that temporal manipulation. Yeah, no wonder it all adds up to this insane number. It's ain't like we knew something like this would happen. Well, anyway, you have 2 payment options to settle this time tax debt. Oi, options? What options? It ain't like bags of 10 billion on grow from a tree, innit? Option 1, cash payment. Option 2, time payment. Yeah, about that. What's that supposed to mean anyway? Paying with time? It means... No. The employee, who was about to answer our questions with painfully observable annoyance, suddenly jolted at the sound of an alarm. Understood. I just got a call that they're ready to hold the emergency meeting regarding this incident. Limbus company may send 2 individuals to the meeting to represent your company. No need to tick-tock and fuss, Dante. Dealing with complicated matters like this meeting is one of my responsibilities. I will be joining them to discuss the possible solutions to this incident, so please keep the sinners under control. Except you, Miss Faust. You're with me. Yeah, I expected as much. Understood. Make another mess while I'm gone, and only Ryoshi will enjoy what comes next. Keep that in mind as you wait. Oh, don't say that, now she's gonna do it. Well, off they go, I guess. Didn't even give us a chance to ask them more questions. They're just leaving us here like this? But isn't this whole mess basically about what'll happen to us? So, this isn't anything serious, but... What's Merso doing on the gallows? How does Honglu know that those are gallows? Doesn't look like any gallow I know. It's just a widespread thing in the city. If you saw this weird contraption, you'd be like, ah, the gallows. Just casually? What? Merso, what are you doing up there? I was told to stand here, so I have done so. Who told you to do that? I did, just trying to be helpful with you and your friend's little time tax problem. This is the person, the silhouette that people were like, oh yeah, this is gonna be Moses, when it very obviously isn't Moses. I thought employees were supposed to be at the emergency meeting. Whoa, a clock with legs. How fascinating. If someone were to submit you for consideration at the Outcry Expo, you might even be worth a participation trophy. You remind me of the time when some hat the soul submitted a timepiece that doubled as a compass that had a rather tragic and critical design flaw. You could tell the time to find your path, but never both at once. Tell directions or tell time, it was only one thing or the other, leaving you lost in time and stranded in the streets. That was no good. Not at all. That's no better than a clock taped to a compass at the end of the day, is it? Oh, right. TT5 has 2 protocols operating at experimental capacity within this office space. So don't you forget, anyone not synchronous with the daily standard time may find this a little disorienting. So keep that in mind as well. What is this guy's issue? What? Now that's a look of someone who has never once heard of the T252 protocol. T252 protocol, as its name suggests, is intended to address the temporal efficiency problem presented in T4 protocol. It's doing test runs at only a few select T-Corp offices, so if you ever do feel the urge to leave your present news or anything, feel free to jolt down a few words on the bulletin. Wait a minute, who wrote that 3-star review? What is this guy's problem? This is the culprit, isn't it? We need to kill this guy. The man, who we presume to be a T-Corp staff, seemed very adept at holding a one-sided conversation with zero external input. This is the first time there's been like a 4-row text box, by the way. They programmed that exclusively because this guy yaps so much. He is an Ace Attorney character, yeah. Not that any of us could keep up with how fast he was speaking anyway. Anyways, if you're ready, let's get cracking. I'm ready. Wait, I don't know if it's really a good idea to be ready for something that looks like... The rope extended from the intimidating machine tightened around Merceau's throat. Yeah, so it is just a weird mecha gallows. Alright. Is this what it means to pay our time tax with time? Getting hung from the gallows? Please call it by its precise and given name. Temporal Scale Gallows. It measures the exact amount of time you owe and sucks that time right out of you. That wasn't the original name, mind you. It was simply too much hubbub and hullabaloo to call about its excessively long name, which is at approximately 58 words, or letters. I hate how this guy looks. His face is so freaky. Can someone ask him what'll happen to Merceau? Is that thing going to kill Merceau? Kill him? Nonsense, she's a very gentle machine. That is simply preposterous. However, spoken in such a manner, oft pretends that events of even greater ill fortune shall befall us. I'm not so sure as to what might happen, actually. I suppose it'll suck 10 billion odds worth of time out of your friend. Stop being obtuse. What is that even supposed to mean? Is he going to be stuck like that for 10 billion hours or something? What? Well, not exactly. Let me tell you about T-Corp's pretty generous system called the 4-hour daily minimum time guarantee policy. How generous. Even when worst comes to worst every citizen entitled to the right to enjoy a minimum of 4-hour days. According to the T-Corp Public Welfare Council, 4 hours are the absolute minimum number of hours a day to guarantee human survival. Survive being the key word here. Oh. This guy. Is that a Dante noise, or is that supposed to be the machine? Okay, it's the machine. Good to know. I was confused for a second. My. Sucking 10 billion and 40 million odds worth of time for your crime is too much, I suppose. Look, it says measurement error. That rarely ever happens. Wait, you pulled the lever when you didn't even know what was going to happen? Just out of curiosity. You know, whenever Jilly's told us to behave. Yeah, not exactly going according to plan, is it? Of course, 10 billion odd of time tax debt is a historically unprecedented amount of debt, so I had to see what would happen. You could land first place in a lottery and you still wouldn't come close to making 10 billion odd, and that's before taxes. I'd say you all belong in a museum of history if I'm being honest. Besides, I haven't seen anyone with more than 150 hours of time tax bet willing to step up to the gallows before. Anyone that usually chooses to run and digs himself into an deeper and deeper debt hole. The point is, I scarcely expected someone in a 10 billion odd time tax hole to just walk up there like that. What is wrong with this guy? That's what I want to know, Dante. Awaken, Merceau! Prithee, you surrender not to such machinery! Whoa, thou art unharmed! I am alright. Why don't you get down from the gallows for now, Merceau? I hope Merceau gets a 3-Corp T-Corp ID. That could be a 3-star T-Corp ID. Could be funny. Virgis and Faust, who returned just as this incident occurred, were both glaring at us with expressions that were anything but friendly. Yeah? I wonder why. Oh, but I thought they would have, greatly enjoyed our tomfoolery. Adventure of the Three Detectives. Yeah, this is where the fun part begins. I really like the background here. It's very cool looking. More story. Oh boy. Okay, I can clearly see that you are both accusing me of letting the sinners run wild again, but we had our reasons. We have reached an agreement. And you explained things to them, right? Please tell me that the agreement doesn't involve us collectively dangling from that stupid gallows. A 10 billion on is certainly an absurd amount of money. That doesn't change the fact that we are still responsible for it. We did benefit from the extra time it granted us, and its use was something that wasn't mutually agreed upon before our unilateral activation. Because it was an unexpected event, no countermeasures could be put in place either. Yeah, but we didn't exactly have a whole lot of time to debate whether I was allowed to slow down time or not. We really had to think on our feet back then. I felt a bit miffed about it being treated as though I was somehow at fault for this. If you plan to sacrifice one of us to settle the debt, I request that you evaluate our worth based on individual merit. I have prepared a performance evaluation sheets for each sinner precisely for one such occasion. On the last pages of those evaluation sheets are extra opinions that I don't plan on leaving any of you behind to take the fall for the group. Besides, 10 billion on isn't the kind of money that you can settle with the sacrifice of an individual. We did eventually find a reasonable compromise while you were wasting your time horsing around in front of the gallows. And that compromise is... We have been contracted to deal with a distortion. Yep, it is a distortion, as expected. We've got a dungeon, after all. Huh. I guess we're really starting to put our names out there if they specifically sought us out to deal with this distortion. They have sought out other fixers and companies to deal with this issue first. We were their 6th choice after the first 5 failed to produce a meaningful result. Gotcha. Well, the stories are starting to circulate via word of mouth. I will not deny that. So, what kind of distortion are we dealing with this time? This is a request regarding a series of similar unsolved cases within T-Corp's borders. Some call it the case of time-killing time. Yep, I had a feeling we were getting the name jog there. So people have already fallen victim to the perpetrator. The case of time-killing time. It is exactly what it says on the tin. A distortion is running wild, killing our time. Time is an asset here at T-Corp. It is not so difficult for us to track down the occasional time robberies by tracing it, but in the case of time-killing time, the killer does not leave any traces. It is simply gone, completely removed and untraceable. No such thing has ever happened here before. Thus, the significance of this case cannot be emphasized enough. Since we weren't the 7th or 8th choice, that is true. Could have been worse. That is why we formally request that you solve this case for us. In return, we will exempt you from your time tax debt. Ah, thus arriveth once again my time to shine. According to a book I have perused in recent days, any and all detectives working to solve cases of urban nightmare or beyond are issued this special investigator badge during the course of their employment. 'Tis a badge that may as well be a universal pass to command all kinds of aid regarding the You know what? I'm speaking a lot. Give me a minute to get some water. It'll be quick. Wow, that guy that keeps on speaking so much is doing a number to my voice. Yeah, that dude. We don't even know his name yet. We'll learn it in time, I'm sure. I doubt it's just never gonna show up again, because that guy's obviously the time killer. The time killer time killer. The time killing time killer. So I guess it's time to deal with the time killer, time killing time killer guy. Uh, Detectives? Fixers! We plan to issue you those badges, yes. Wahoo! Much have I longed to add one such badge to my collection. Perchance thou shalt allow us to keep the badges once this case is dealt with. Nay, I demand that I be awarded at least 3 badges, one for my private collection, one for display, and one for business, so that... Shut it, lass. Right, what are we waiting for? Let's crack on, whack the distortion, and get the hell out of here. I hate dealing with money problems. I value your enthusiasm, but I would also appreciate if you could allow others to finish their sentences before cutting them off and going on a long tangent of your own. The problem is that they don't want all 13 of you running amok in an effort to solve the case. Indeed, I can't have your entire group run wild in the streets and potentially waste the precious time of our residents. Also, the special investigator badge isn't something that T-Corp hands out like candy. We can't give away a whole box of badges for all 13 of them. I concur. To a degree. Otis, who has continuously and consistently suggested that we cut down the number of sinners, was the first one to welcome this offer, yeah. Of course. But can we show the badge? That's surely we gotta be able to, surely. We should have done something like this a long time ago. What use is there in hauling around these deadweights? We will leave the useless pawns behind to wait in the bus while the elite team of high-performing individuals take care of business. Otis doesn't even fit on either team. Like, she's not on the intellectuals or, like, the socialites, right? She fits in the category of just wants to kill people, I guess. I don't know. She's a good commander, but, like... She doesn't really seem that useful in a detective shit. I'm sure she'd be decent, right? But... You seem rather confident that you'd be a part of that elite team of high-performing individuals, Otis. It's ridiculous to even suggest otherwise. Alright. Enough with your nonsense. So, how many of us are allowed to work on this case anyway? Virgilius trailed off, clearly unhappy about this outcome. They have decided that 4 individuals, including the manager, is an appropriate amount of people allowed to partake in this investigation. That's not a lot. Accept it. We barely managed to get the authorization for 4 after much debate. Then you have wasted your breath. A tag team of the executive manager and I will be more than enough to handily complete this mission. Right. So it all comes down to my choice, huh? 3 sinners. So many eyes are upon me. Not that I've ever had them all look at me at the same time before, but the pressure is on a completely different level when it comes to making judgment calls like these. Looks like the manager is deep in thought, but pointlessly agonizing over something like this is a waste of time. I'm taking volunteers first, so let's see some hands. Quickly now. Forsooth, I should hesitate before such excellent opportunity. Maybe it's finally my time to shine. Oi, don't even need to ask me, alright? Let's get on with it. Oh, no, that wasn't... I'm not raising my hand. I'm just cleaning my glasses. This is no simple matter. I've not been with so few sinners before. Except for that one time we accidentally walked out to the outskirts through the back door. So I have to take this slow and really consider all possible angles. What a mess. It would be too much trouble for me to list and debate all of the arbitrary limitations they set, so allow me to make the choices for you this time, Dante. Well, I don't think there's too big of a gap between them when it comes to their capabilities, but they all excel in different situations. Dante, are you listening? I just said that I will be the one to choose your companions. No, I need to consider more than just their individual capabilities. Some of them work better when paired together, but it's also true that haphazardly pairing them together might end up making a team less than the sum of its parts. This is all about building team synergy. Wait, didn't Roja say something about how people born in December and August don't mesh well together? and Dante's thinking so hard about this for nothing, really. The sinners who will accompany Dante to solve this case are I have to choose someone who can support me, calmly assess the situation, and remain free from biased judgment while making smart, rational decisions on the fly. The sinners who fit that description are... Do we even have anyone like that? Still have to choose someone, though. I've got it. I choose Faust, Murso, and Isang. Rodion, Ryoshu, and Honglu. Huh? Huh? Wait. Huh? Dante has selected me, Murso, and Isang. Haven't you been listening, Dante? I have certain things to discuss with Miss Faust regarding our upcoming journey, so she was not an option. Yisung was immediately ruled out even before the meeting adjourned due to his history of developing an unauthorized invention at T-Corp. Yeah, simple enough. Murso did not volunteer. There was no reason to volunteer. Though I may have been disallowed from joining this investigation, I am truly grateful for your appreciation, Dante. I shan't soon forget this. But wait, that's... Otis is mad. Hey, Otis. You know that's not at all what I meant. I just thought that maybe we needed someone skilled and experienced like you to effectively manage the remaining sinners while we're... Okay. What a funny response from her. I really soured the mood, didn't I? The three of them, whom I didn't even imagine in my wildest dreams would be hanging out together, all turned to look in my direction. Whoa, just the three of us, huh? A trio's such an eye-catching number, isn't it? Roja I get, but why'd the two of you volunteer? Thought it sounded FAH. The greater the quantity and diversity of experience, the better it is. Yeah! Don Quixote tragically drops her head to the ground, crestfallen. Maybe one day, Don. Maybe one day. I have naught else to blame but my slightly lower vertical placement in this world. Indeed, that must be why Mr. Virgilius has failed to catch mine impassioned hand. It's years short. Don Quixote sobbed, dramatically lamenting how Virgilius did not even bat an eye in her direction, despite her being the first one to raise their hand. I'm pretty sure that wasn't the only reason he didn't pick her, though. 'Tis my final legacy I bestow upon thee. What's all this? A book, a magnifying glass, and... Are these clothes? We're getting dripped out. Excellent. Thank you, Don. Thank you, Don. 'Tis my treasure, my collection. Prithee, be gentle with them. Oh, but why are you carrying 3 sets of clothing? One for my private collection, one for display, and one for business. Verily, is that not obvious to thee? Alright. Records of investigation. Solutions to the 13 problems by Agatha. Huh, someone's autographed it. So, who's this Agatha? Fie, how art ye so ignorant in the lore of fixers? But she was a grade 1 fixer who is so prolific that she may as well have been the face of the Seven Association. Truly, no one. Most people don't know those lore, Don Quixote. That's interesting. Agatha of the Seven Association. Not a color fixer or anything, just a very prominent, like, probably a director or something. She was a grade 1. High up at least, right? Cumbersome clothes. How wilt thou call thyself an ace detective when not dressed appropriately for the occasion? Ace detective? More like... Hear, hear, 'tis only right that the leading ace detective adorn her countenance with this special mustache. Look, Lady Agatha says in the foreword to this book that any self-respecting ace detective must always dress themselves in impeccable fashion. He's the one who wrote the murder on the... whatever the name of book was? Train Murder on Orient Express? Interesting. So that's probably the basis there. Of course, we're getting more people based on books because EM loves their book-based people, so I'm not shocked. Maybe maybe Agatha's gonna show up in Murder on the Warp Express, right? Would fit out. Would fit. Don Quixote, just let go. So, I mean, I'm sure everyone has their reasons, but how come you didn't get picked for this, Ishmael? Didn't get picked? I never volunteered. Hey, it's not every day you get a legitimate chance to get some free paid time off without breaking company rules, and I wasn't about to let that chance slip. I guess I did have some last minute regrets when I saw Virgilius picked, but I'll just relax for a bit and jump in to help him out when needed. Well, good luck. While the... call us the Elite Four. How's that? Well, the self-proclaimed Elite Four run their T-Corp. Why don't we find a place to take the edge off and unwind? How unfortunate. T-Corp did not authorize the rest of the sinners to run abound unmonitored. You must understand that we simply cannot let individuals responsible for 10 billion ons worth of time tax roam free without proper collateral. Looks like they have temporarily lodgings for those who have failed to pay their time tax. Jailed, awesome. Do the line that comes after Ace Detective. It can go two ways, right? You're going to time jail. No. What's it? You have been detained. Please wait your sentence to the end of time, or whatever the funny quote is. Virgilius was pointing at what was clearly a jail cell. Yep. Are you certain that's the lodging guide? I think they're going to... I'm going to jail. Yep. As living collaterals, apparently. Could be worse. They could put you in time jail, right? You're not being frozen. I mean... They're probably about to get frozen in time if I had to guess, right? GBJ, yeah. It'll be fun. Hey, bet you look fondly back at this memory when it's all said and done, Kay? We'll be right back, so be nice and stay put. Nice, this jail cell at least has some heating. Wait. What happens if they just leave and don't come back? We'll be seeing them again after 10 billion ons worth of time passes, I guess. What? Little stickman drawing there, that's funny. He's already gone to sleep. He's just done. Hey, wait, get back here. That's more than enough time to finish weaving on the loom. Fate Smith moment, huh? Is this a 3 Fates bit, I guess? What's happened so far? A group of the sinners are gonna solve a murder case and the rest of them are being locked in time jail for the meantime. Calm down, alright? We'll be back before you even... Thou shalt return triumphantly as a glorious band of ace detectives! Mark my words. I'm not sure if that's Adrian reference or something, what I said. Probably not Adrian, probably 3 Fates, right? Penelope is a weaver. Is she? I actually haven't read Odyssey. I don't think it's Adrian, however you pronounce it. But if it's related to Penelope, that's interesting. Some weird things going on. Wait, is Ryoshi using a mustache? Yeah, it seems like she actually is. That's goated. Yeah, Dawn provided it to them. Dawn was like, the head detective must wear a funny mustache! And then Ryoshi wore the funny mustache. We set off on our journey after receiving the aforementioned special investigator badges, leaving the chaotic screaming and hollering of the remaining Synorbs behind. Did you miss much? Not... I mean, you only missed a single fight. We haven't done a lot of fighting. A lot of, like, setup so far, right? Penelope weaves a tapestry to avoid marrying someone that isn't Odysseus. Oh, I see. So maybe Otis was saying, like, that's enough time for Penelope to, like, have to marry someone else. Which definitely kind of confirms the fact that, like, Otis is still on her Odyssey, which makes sense. Assumably, Smoke War was her Trojan War, and everything since then has been her Odyssey, assumably. It's been over 10 years since she's seen Penelope, likely. That makes sense. After a while, we all could hear what was the sad, intermittent clattering of metal as someone violently shook the steel bars. Alright, looks like everyone's ready then. Let's get a move on and have a little chat with the third victim. Let's see, the case records say that... Ah, there it is. It's just a stone's throw away. From now on, battle-wise, only 3 sinners? I assume so. Huh? Oh, look at that, and they actually get different appearances, and the little badge is golden. That's cool. I'm glad to see it. It was kind of sad when they didn't get special outfits for, like, the Ting Tang Gang stuff in Kanto 2, but it made sense, because it was used for very temporarily. But since they're going to be like this the entire mid-chapter, likely, it makes sense, right? Huh? What do you mean, huh? Look at the record. It clearly states that neither of the first 2 victims is in a communicative state. How unfortunate. No, I mean, why are you coming along with us? I'm sorry, but we're not taking side clip applications right now. Go away, shoo. Incorrect. One of us will be joining your team. We were going to send an employee with you so that we can receive immediate updates regarding your investigation progress. Thank you, Ryoshu. The mustache goes so hard. We plan to send a Class 2 staff with you, but you're... Me? Class 5. See the badge? That's pretty high up. Interesting. The Chatterbox employee replied cheerfully as he put a twinkling badge from his clothes. That's a pretty high-ranking person. He's just interested, I guess, right? Apologies for failing to recognize you, sir. I scarcely expected to see a Class 5 auditor all the way down here. That guy's a Class 5 staff? Really? Class 5 is the highest rank one could reach as a wing employee, right? Yeah, I thought so too. Well, don't be so sure. Turns out which wing you're talking about. Who knows, maybe there are Class 12 or even Class 20 employees out there. I didn't get the bit before. I didn't get the bit. The employees in LobCorp are Class 5 when they're level 5. Okay. You're so funny, game. You're so funny, game. It checks out. It really does. We now know that that's like that leveling system that LobCorp uses for its employees applies to basically every other wing, huh? Class EX and LobCorp 2, if I remember correctly. Kind of, not really. It's quoting, your stats can go to EX, but your actual rank can't go to EX, I'm pretty sure. It maxes at 5. Get it? Got it? Good. Let's get a move on. We stared in silent bafflement at the employee who had already stormed out of the building, then hurriedly followed him out the door. This guy's strong as a collar fixer. No. Not at all. Ego gear is a very insane thing in general, and LobCorp agents you really can't use for power scaling at all because ego gear is so stupidly powerful. I like this guy too. Yeah, he seems funny. This isn't absolutely brilliant. The very concept of killing time. They're not slowing down or speeding up time. They're eliminating completely, just yanking it out of circulation. Use LC logic here too. Kind of, like, once again, not one-to-one, but, like, relatively, right? LobCorp agents are stronger than agents for, like, other people simply because ego is so stupid. So, your name is... Mai? Relax and call me whatever you want. Names such unimportant things, aren't they? You think of class 12 first because there are 12 numbers on the clock, yeah. Makes sense. No, names matter. Really? You never call anyone by their names, though. Relax and call you however we want, but you're obviously here to be our handler. That's true. That does make things a tad awkward, doesn't it? Let me think. Aha, I've got it. You're all dressed like detectives. Why don't you consider me your ever-helpful assistant who tags along to your adventures? He's our Watson. Sure thing. Okay, but... Still... Ryoshu was staring off into the distance while puffing her cigarette, suddenly spoke up just as Rojo was about to retort. Assistant, lead us. Right away, they changed his name to it. Okay. What's the difference between an assistant and a servant? You know, my family used to employ... They sure warmed up to him fast. He seems funny. I like him. He's probably the killer. Time-killing puzzle. Oh boy. Looks like we're heading to like a restaurant or something. Yeah, checks out. Still more story. Yeah, we've been through so little, it feels like, so far. It's been so long. Jeez. It's been an hour and a half already. We still only have like 50 pocket watches because of so few left fights they've been. My man Mai would never. True, he'd never. He's trustworthy. Let's see, the third victim in this case is watch factories. Oh yeah, this was in the sea. I noticed this in the trailer because I was like, oh, that is a factory. Not necessarily a child labor factory, but like a labor factory for non-children. Yisong probably helped design this for all we know. Hold up. The obviously gaudy and expensive suit, meticulously trimmed and shaped mustache. The third victim must be the owner of this factory. Assistant, confirm my deductions. You're right on the money, detective. We're off to a great start. Ahem. We are detectives working on the case of time-killing time. My name is... Oh, he's got so much time that we can't comprehend it whatsoever, and he's got a bunch of color. What's going on? Ryoshu, detective. He sure is a fast talker. He's talking way faster than Murso did when he reviewed those chickens. Yeah, incomprehensible. He's talking so fast. It's like someone pressed a fast forward button in him or something. I can't understand a thing coming out of his mouth. He's someone who has a lot of time. What's that supposed to mean? An average C-Corp citizen about 20 to 28 hours a day. But you might also run into someone like him, people with plenty of time to spare, because they have so much service time they can afford to condense 40, 50 hours into a single day. And if people with fewer hours in a day, it looks like he's moving 2, 3 times faster than them. Someone with that much time could pick their nose in a blink of an eye before someone even has the chance to catch them in the act. I gotta drink a lot of water today. Ew. I gave Roja a quick look of concern. She had to do something before Ryoshu SHNC. A quick look, as in a brief flicker of the flames burning on my clock. Would you mind slowing down a bit? I'm just worried that you're at a serious risk of becoming a victim of a completely different, slightly more fatal crime. He shook his head in frustration, very rapidly that is, before activating what appeared to be a voice recorder. It began to play his voice back at us. Pleased to make your acquaintance, My name's Bumble, a proud proprietor of this watch factory, Apologies for the awkward member of communication, You see, my days are 52 hours long, I used to live 100-hour days in my heyday, but things have taken a turn for the worse at the factory in the recent years, For 52 hours? To me, it looks like you are all talking very, very slowly, I must say it's, quite, frustrating, but I'm willing to suffer this annoyance as long as you can solve this case, I don't know what accent this is supposed to be. Say, case, I can't piece it together. You have 52 whole hours to spend in a single day? Gee, I can't even imagine what that'd be like. Oh, I can tell you that if you're curious, it's a very, very full life, I must say. Having more time to spend a day means I get more things done in a day, like sleeping 10 more hours at night and having more than 40 hours left to spend, Good sleep is really the key to keeping your skin fresh, moist and fresh, indeed, I'll let you touch it if you want, As though in an effort to demonstrate, Bumble was constantly zooming around the room, checking his documents, calling someone on the phone, and even brushing his teeth while we were stood there listening to his recording. Also, Bumble's such a funny name. Such a humble person. Yeah, Bumble the Humble, they called him. I don't care. Get to the point. It was one late evening, let's see, like always, I was busy walking down the street, I had a very, very important meeting to attend to, you know, all of a sudden, an attack. No, I just happened to recall that I left the bacon on the kitchen counter at home, I should have left it covered with District 23's purple salt, Interesting. Warp salt? What? It says district and not, like, corp, so, like, this might not be a singular thing, or it might be, like, a generic singular, not a corp thing. Something that's popular in the cannibal backstreets, though, is interesting. Aha, my second oldest aunt used to sprinkle that salt all the time. The point. Well, so I stopped briefly looking up at the clock tower, wondering if I should head back home to salt that bacon, And then that's when the Time Ripper struck on. The Time Ripper! We've got Jack the Ripper, but for time. The clock tower. Each one of the 12, they're not even calling him either, genuinely just calling assistant. Each one of the 12 zones of T-Corp is a clock tower that displays A-Corp's standard time scale. Because everyone has different hours to spend in a day, their watches sync with their respective time scales as well. So, to tell the real time, one would have to check the clock tower. That's pretty neat. Alright, you two, let's focus on the important stuff. Let's see. How about we start with a physical description? A fine tailored suit. A tailored suit. A bit fancy for someone called the Time Ripper, don't you think? It must have cost me about 58 million on. Because their tailor-made its covers beyond human imagination. Wait, what? Oh, and how could I forget, this impressively yet keenly shaped mustache, Or they said my weird, you know, it's for the bit, right? He was like, call me whatever, and they're like, and then viewers were like, alright, assistant. And that's it. Just rolled like that since, right? It's for the bit. Hey, I wasn't talking about your own physical description. One more chance until I sink. Oh, you meant the murderer's appearance. Well, let me think. I don't recall anything. It just happened so fast that. How did it feel to have your own time killed? Was it painful? Can you not ask something like that with such a big grin on your face? Nope, it was just... 100 hours has gone in the blink of an eye. I missed my very important appointment thanks to that. I suffered so much damages. God, 100 hours? So you lost a whole week in the blink of an eye? Huh? Nope, 100 hours is just 2 days or so. Still, you have no idea how much I lost because of those 2 days. Ripping away time, huh? An invention that enables something like that would certainly win the Inventor of the Year award and the loads of tricentenny that comes with it. T-Corp really values and supports its inventors, you know? Some people say that once upon a time, T-Corp's executive director himself showed up to bestow the awards. I guess once an inventor is always an inventor. I said he probably wanted others to carry on his inquisitive spirit. I've seen the ceremony once, and he was giving away autographs. Maybe we're looking for an inventor who received an award for that tech. Assistant? But every invention at T-Corp needs to be registered at the Technology Administration Agency, though it is not without a few exceptions. There was once a time when a rogue group of inventors called the League of Nine Literatures made some inventor that neglected to register, and wow, what a mess that was. Every single corner of T-Corp was up in arms, everyone dashing about in panic, being arrested, holding important meetings, while It was that big of a deal. I can't even imagine how hard it must have been for Yi-san. Alright. So, is there anything like that registered in T-Corp's tech agency? President Bumble is trying to satisfy the heights he considers city standards. Rich people, just don't care that much, usually. They think they're above people to the point they really won't kill people just for fun, right? Nope. First time hearing about anything like it. Could have started there, you know. What if this is a power granted by the distortion? Meanwhile, Ryoshi, who was completely uninterested in the conversation, stared off into the distance. She looked out the factory window and let out another puff of smoke before muttering quietly to herself. No killer, no corpses. Well, yeah, no one's actually dead, and we don't know where the killer is. Who could it be, I wonder? Someone who took a liking to my very expensive suit, I say, disagree. Oh... Besides, if I really wanted to kill you... But maybe, why would you... I'd have to be able to move as fast as you do. I won't be able to get a good aim at your vitals otherwise. Ryoshi strode towards him, before suddenly breaking into a charging sprint. Bumble rapidly stumbled back in terror, but Ryoshi was fast enough to close the distance and press her scabbard to his neck despite the disparity in time. Gah! Just like this. Oh! Whoa, I thought she was actually about to beat the out of him with that scabbard. That'd be case closed then, All we'd have to do is arrest Ryoshi. You scared the heck out of me, Well, I suppose that villain didn't really stab me in my vitals or whatever, But he did appear all of a sudden, just like you did, I see. So the killer isn't just running around ripping time away from random people, left and right. Yes, the killer was going specifically for that... The void left behind by Sinclair's absence was much bigger than I'd thought. I mean that annoying, stupid stash. Shh, not having the kid here is frustrating. Yeah, we need Sinclair desperately to understand anything Ryoshi says. So funny. No way, can you think of a single person who hates someone like me, I can think of more than a few. I say that it must have been the work of some band who wanted to try my tailored suit, Oh, what about your employees? Lady Agatha's book says that, to find the culprit, you must first look at the victim's immediate circle. I have no idea if that book Don Quixote gave us earlier is actually helping, but I suppose that it's at least a very good page-turner. Honglu can't seem to be able to tear his eyes away from it. Maybe I should check it out too, once we get back to the bus. I hope it's like the most incomprehensible thing ever, and only Don and Honglu are the only buffoons able to understand it, right? Something silly like that. Yeah, that works. Then the culprit has to be someone who hates the owner so much enough to try to take his time. No, that seems quite implausible, as you can see. But what? The laborers of this factory, they're all working so slowly, like they're moving through molasses. Oh, most factory laborers like them usually live rather short 10-hour days, most of which they spend at their factory jobs anyway. What did you say? Rodion is not happy about that, yeah. Listen up, everyone. Our output gains saw only 30% growth compared to last month's growth. Having not impressed upon you how important this is, we'll be falling by a profit margin of projections at this rate. Bumble hollers at them in frustration. The laborers very, very slowly turn their heads to look up at the factory owner, even that simplest action taking an excruciatingly long time to complete. I'm curious. Yeah, they do have funny sprites for this too, yeah. Just wanted to check. I didn't know. It's impossible to work any faster than... Oh, how bothersome, less complaining, more assembling, use your times effectively, chop chop, we already get it. You have no idea how frustrating it's been for me as of late, do you even know that the next batch of cogs have stopped all of a sudden, We could understand him thanks to the recorder next to us, but everyone out of its earshot would have no chance of understanding whatever he's talking about. Hey, Mr. Bumble. You're talking way too fast for them to understand, you know that? How do you expect them to understand a thing you're saying? So, it's not me who's too fast, it's them who are too slow, Only hustlers and busybees like myself who make the best of their time can rise above the rest in this chaotic, bustling city, What? You know that's a load of bull. How are they supposed to hustle or make the best of their times when they're practically nailed to the floor? And with what time? Roja, hey. I don't think someone like him will ever understand what you're talking about. He was born and raised in T-Corp after all. Hey, assistant. You're a Class 5 employee, right? Aren't you supposed to be a big shot? Do you seriously think there's anything normal about all of this? Normal? Dear detectives, do you happen to be returning from a round trip across every single nest in the city, all the way from A to Z? Can you guys say that you've seen all there is to see? Not really, but... And give this idea a thought, why don't you? The notion of what's normal is just a mirage conjured by the downtrodden and the suffering. That is to say, that suffering is just a part of life in the city, regardless of which nest you're in. I don't see any suffering in that mug of Mr. 50-hour days right there. Such harsh words, I have my share of pain, I'll have you know, I've been waiting for something to get finished for a while, You know how much of a pain it is to wait for something but also have too much time in your day, It's so tedious. Bumble gently fixed his mustache and hair before caressing his expensive coat with care. Yeah, Rodion's gonna kill someone. Probably not, but she wants to kill these guys. The White Scarf League. Oh, great, it's Zero Deviate time. We're gonna be fighting some of them, potentially, it seems. Makes sense. Expected as much. I think we saw some of them being fought here. I think Roja's getting a lot of L's in this one. Yeah, she's not gonna be having a fun time at all. Oh, I like how you can see the silhouette of the guy there. That's funny. Oh, and you can see the clock tower. Very fancy. Oh, these guys are weak to blunt. And they resist slash. Okay. So the Eurodivias are weak to blunt instead. Fair enough. And let me guess, only these three? Yeah. We'll roll with these three. Should I level you up? I probably should. Yeah, sure. If I'm going to be using you, even if it's only temporary until we can get your other 2-star, might as well get you to max level. It'll probably help out. Shame we can't deploy you, so we only get the 40% buff. That's kind of an... Oh, no, we still get it, right? Yeah. It's still active. We don't need to actually deploy people to get the buffs. That's good. Maybe we can flip the script on our line of thought. What kind of people, Roja, do you think hate rich people? Who do you think would hate people like me? Well, except for my family. If I do ever get murdered upon mysterious circumstances, I'm willing to bet that it's one of my family members who did me in. Or Heathcliff, who... You're so casual about this, Hong Lu. You think it's normal? I think one of, like, the base Hong Lu, like, dialogues when you, like, click on him in the main menu is so sad, because he's like, huh, is this what a family's supposed to be like? I thought it was supposed to be more, like, killing each other and mean stuff like this. He doesn't know, you know, actual bonds whatsoever, which is, I mean, Limbus is nice for him in that sense, I suppose. That's a pretty dark joke. Who says it's a joke? The culprit went straight for Bumble, but his employees literally can't move fast enough to have done that. None of them look like distortions either. Yes, if the culprit's hiding among these slowpokes, the clock would have noticed it. And that narrows the culprit down to someone unrelated to this factory, someone without much time, someone who's got a bone to pick against the time-rich. Or it could be someone who's unhappy about the state of affairs in the T-Corp nest. Also, while Dante could be right that this power was granted by distortion, nothing rules out the possibility that they may be using an unregistered invention. They changed the order of the XP tickets. Yeah, they did it like last week, or they did it like within a couple of weeks. So now it's the best ones first, and then the weakest ones last. Certain invisible using distortion objective. Well, some distortions are incomplete, right? The distortion ones are incomplete distortions. They're still like kind of blooming, right? Like if Moses was around for something like, I don't know, like Moses was around for something like Hindley, for example, she probably would have noticed something going on before he actually fully distorted, because she can just see that for some reason, because that's her bit. There may be more than a single culprit, then. More than a single culprit, huh? Wait, I think I know an organization that might fit that exact description. Nah, no way. I doubt it. They don't ever take drastic actions like these anymore. Even back at J-Corp. Wow, that's some coincidence, isn't it? I have a group of people just like them. Sometime later, in a certain alleyway, a group of people unhappy with the state of affairs in the nest. Perhaps you are looking for the Eurodivier. Yep. Most power to see this maybe ties her ego. Yeah, it probably is. Given how she just kind of has it from the beginning. It's a weird one, that's for sure. That rings a bell. Isn't your friend the founder of that organization, Roja? Roja stopped dead in her tracks. The Eurodivier. Here. Do you know something about that organization? I did hear that they've been spreading through the nests as of late, though it hasn't been long since they started popping up within T-Corp's borders. So direct T-Corp employees like myself have been stationed all over the nest to question any suspicious individuals. Methinks it's a real bother, standing guard here, all this stop and search. So tedious. So, what are the Eurodivier up to around here? All kinds of stuff that petty thieves get up to, stealing things like time or money. Well, I did hear that they also do some pro bono detective work for people who can't afford the time or money to hire people and... Wait, stop right there, you. What are you looking around all shifty for, eh? It's a stop and search. Well, hey, I'm just trying to walk away from that lady with the cig and that creepy glare. He's back. The goat. The random passerby from the start of Canto 6 with his unmistakable bright red hat. And that, spiffy suit, that, sleek mustache. It's the goat. It's the goat. Where can we find them? The Eurodivier. Well, it probably ain't too difficult. Let's see, there... Hong Lu! A sudden explosion tore Hong to shreds as he's peeking around now. Speak of the devil, maybe we should have activated their badges earlier. Activate our badges? Starting over the bang, huh? Good luck, Dante. Let's bring him back. Gotcha. Turn to the clock now. Wait, you can bring him back? There, the explosion came from that way! What? Change of T-Corp. Here to collect your filthy dues, eh? Okay, no time to explain, right? Let's talk about that later. But did they think it was us? More banger music. Okay, well, let's see. What are these guys doing? These guys are going to be closer to you, aren't they? Since they're the Eurodivier. The Tremor did. This region gain some of allies' tremor count offensive. So they've got self-tremor conversion. I was saying, like, a bit ago, like, it's only a matter of time before we get self-tremor amplitudes, right? So yeah, this one, gain some of allies' tremor count by number 7 is offensive next turn. Okay, so it buffs you based on all your allies' tremor count. That's cool. It's not really distributing. I guess it's distributing the buffs, but that's a cool effect. Okay, and they're weak to blunt too. That's fine. We've got a fair bit of blunt. We're actually like, because you've got blunts. You've got 2 blunt skills. You've got 2 blunt skills. You've got 1 blunt skill. We've got more blunt than Pierce actually. And it's just thought that your divvy were new sinking. Yeah, I thought so too, but I mean, maybe the other ones will be, right? It's not like the entire faction needs to be like one set status effect, right? Because these ones also use very tremory looking weapons because they're in T-Corp, right? Ones in different places might not necessarily have the exact same gimmick, right? So I think it would make sense the most, I feel like, but I guess all this stuff can make sense, right? What's up above the centers of... Oh, yeah, I didn't even notice. We've got a buff. Oh, we started with 2 skill... It's because it makes us start with 2 skill slots each. That's what it does, pretty safe to say. I didn't look at the other part, though, but... Yeah, that's how they're balancing the fact you only have 3 centers, making it so they all start with 2 skill slots. You take little damage to issue is not durable when he's 8% recovery from stagger once per encounter. You get 2 back to return sword. Okay, so it can bring you back once. That's cool. Yeah, it's like the T-Corp employee shenanigans. Although this one, you know, is guaranteed instead of only being if you have a certain HP percentage, right? We've got more time than these people, so let's take them out. Doesn't seem like a good idea to, you know, tremor the guys who gain benefits from being tremored, but like, I'm still rolling with it, right? I want to run the tremor ideas because they're cool. We love that morph cane technique. And we get the maximum shenaniganery here. Cool. And it's just you 2 left, you should die. It's only a one-way fight, simple enough. So, like, are they gonna get mad if it be Golden Sapling again? Because it sounds like they don't want us to Golden Sapling again, because then we'll steal more time. But, we could just do it, right? Theoretically. And they might not necessarily stop us. Maybe they will. I haven't tried it, because that Golden Sapling rarely matters. It might be nice against the boss thing. I wouldn't be surprised if the boss is gonna be super speed control-y. Cool, yeah. No one took any damage. Bunch more pocket watches. We'll get there in time. The rewinding clock. Yeah, more of the same, it looks like. Don't know, you use new Honglu. Use skill 1 and 2 to build up tremor. Use skill 3 when you've got at least 10, but ideally 15 self-tremor count in order to get the best benefits. Shh, retreat! Hey, participation trophy! Participation trophy? Is he talking to me? How on earth did you do that earlier? Tick-tock, tick-tock, and voila! It seemed to me like you rewound the time and unwounded your friend. I've never seen a tech that could rewind time like that. Well, that's a trade secret. Ask and you shall receive. Pain. Fascinating. Aren't you terrified of time? As far as I'm aware, there's practically no way to rewind time for a single entity that exists in an open and unclosed area. Either that or my studies didn't reach as far as it did. Wait, no. That's actually a very serious problem, then. I was very desperate, you know. It's very unlikely that I missed anything. You know what else is a serious problem? The fact that we're wasting our time chatting about inane stuff while they're all getting away. Come on, Dante. Hold on, inane stuff? This is genuinely serious. It's important. It's absolutely incomparable to what amounts to arresting a few small fries revolutionaries. If it was a true resurrection, then the head would have been after your heads already, so I doubt that's what it is. It must have something to do with time manipulation, I'm certain of it. Maybe it works with the same mechanism as the T22 protocol under the hood. Nope, that only works within an isolated enclosure. You can't rewind the time of a singular individual. Perhaps they're drawing time from elsewhere to inject into their time streams. That seems a tad more plausible. If you're actually rewinding their time, then the visual evidence of that process will manifest in a vastly different manner. I suppose that means you can't really rewind or skip time either. Am I right? You can't just say all that gibberish and expect me to be able to... The process seems to involve a great degree of pain. Oh well, it seems to be in bad taste to say that's good news, but I Suppose I can say that what I'm about to tell you is somewhat auspicious. I was going to get into the nitty-gritty only if we had to venture into one of the more dangerous pieces of back streets. Here we go. Check the other side of the badges. There should be a small clockwork knob attached to your badge in there. Mind rotating it for me? The Class 5 staff jabbered on endlessly, zapping between numerous subjects within a matter of seconds. They're reaching out, pointing at the badges we were wearing. Dante didn't even get to wear a badge. It's rude. Not all picture of special investigators are strong enough to defend themselves in emergencies. That's why these special investigator badges are all equipped with the same special function that goes into suits that high-ranking staff members of T-Corp wear. TT2 still seems to be used kind of. The whole thing about TT2 is the fact that it's basically unusable without stupid amounts of energy. So it's probably fairly worthless right now, only in like super small areas. But the only reason the entirety of LobCorp could use is because of how much energy LobCorp produced, right? But I'm sure it gets used still, but not to a very insane degree. Not nowhere as insane as LobCorp did. It's called Golden Time. If you keep the clockwork wound wound, it will automatically speed up the body's natural regenerative process as soon as it detects the wearer's a risk of death. It's nothing compared to what you're capable of, but it's quite something, isn't it? So, I don't actually have to turn the clock myself? Well, it takes some time for it to refill once its charge is spent. If you ever run out of uses, then suppose it all comes down to you participation trophy. You'll have to take one for the team and bring them all back yourself. I think he's just talking to himself, yeah. You're willing to do that, but not willing to help us before we get torn to shreds, huh? I prefer that. Good. Whew. Ready? Let's go after them, then. Sometime later. Where did they run off to? I'm pretty sure they came this way. Shh, no more tracks. We wasted too much time on his boring lectures. Hey, assistant, are you sure it's okay for you to just saunter behind us like you're out on a picnic? Why would I run? I hate running. It's literally your job to arrest the Eurodivier, isn't it? Is it, though? My job at the present moment to keep my eyes on you and your investigation regarding the case of time-killing time, not make Eurodivier arrests. But you're a T-Corp employee. Okay, fine. Let's say I decide to run instead of walk and help you capture those Eurodivier rascals. What then? We'll take up some of stuff if having problems just because they're gone. Will this place suddenly transform into some kind of humanitarian paradise? Not to mention that as long as their leader runs free, they'll be back before you know it. Excuses. Then KTA. If we do kill them all, that only opens up room for a worse syndicate to take their place. If that happens, that collector friend earlier might end up suffering from something much, much worse than having to stop and search random passengers by. Not to mention that I'll be getting muscle cramps from all the running. Shh. More water breaks. It's important to stay hydrated. That's... Besides, isn't your friend one of them? Weird, I thought you wouldn't want me to arrest them. Right, I thought Roja would be a bit happier to be reunited with the Eurodivier. Well, since it looks like the trail's gone cold, let's go back to the stop and search lady and ask if she noticed anything suspicious since we left. Fine. The T-Corp employee we met earlier was still standing completely inert, not moving a muscle. Poor woman, I can't believe she's still on duty at such a late hour. Such is the life of a laborer. No. They got her. Can't even hear her breathing. That's the Time Ripper's M.O. The Time Ripper got to her that fast? She's in a state of absolute stillness. A death-like state achieved without a thimble of blood on their hands. What a misophobic art. Though she may have been in a state of stasis to those of us watching from the outside. For her, this must be as brief as a blink of an eye. What do you think the culprit's trying to do with all that time? Guys, this is a crime scene. Let's try not to touch the body. I mean, the victim. You can put your hands straight through them. That's interesting. Whoa, look, there must be some sort of spatio-temporal displacement superposition phenomenon going on. She's entirely incorporeal. They tremor superpositioned her. Is this seriously the time to... Roja, there, up ahead. I whipped around, noticing the now familiar sensation of a distortion, and caught up brief glimpse of a suspicious figure slowly slipping into the fog. Yeah, that was the Honglu identity guy. Only showed up for a single frame for some reason, but... There. You! Stop! Ryoshu, think you can catch up? I'm not your hunting dog, but sure, I'll entertain you just this once. Oh, she's pretty fast. Ryoshu sure moves fast when she finds something interesting. It's been a while since I've seen people like you. They kind of just sprint forward with their eyes fixed on the horizon. Here, everyone only looks down, their necks bent and gaze locked to the ground, watching their own feet take their halting steps. I suppose they only ever look up to check the time on the clock towers. This is legit Jack the Ripper. It seems like it. I don't know. It seems like that's the bit. There must have been a time when everyone walked tall. I think I know why that is. It's because they all learned helplessness. Because they realized that, even if they ran till their lungs burst, nothing will change. That it doesn't matter. Yeah, not everyone can run like Merso. Learning to maintain a stable breathing rhythm is not easy. Ah ha ha. That's not what I'm talking about. Wait, take a closer look at her face. Remember? It's the same face she was making earlier when she shouted, "It's a stop and search." Yeah, maybe she saw someone suspicious, approached them for a stop and search, and got ambushed. We should ask her when she recovers. But we don't know when she'll recover. Sometime later. Catch. Are you sure you captured him alive? Hey, Ryoshu, doesn't he kinda look a bit different from the mysterious person that got away? He's clearly wearing something different. Besides, he's one of the Erodiviae we already ran into. Clothes are just husks that can be cast off at any moment. He started running as soon as our eyes met. Hey, rise and shine. How am I the suspicious one? Anyone would run if someone like you started sprinting after them with that big sword in your hands. I have many, many ways to crush the truth out of you. First, no dismembering. Seems to be a missing CG you saw on the loading screen. It showed up, if it was the one of the guy standing there, it showed up for like a split second, but I think it was meant to show up for longer. Let's take us. This is the Erodivia's turf. You'll soon regret dragging me down here. I prepared this secret weapon just for this occasion. But watch out! But nothing happened. What was that? One of the 5 greatest inventions of the Erodiviae T-Corp branch, the portable adjustable frequency periodical lighting apparatus attention sandwich generator. Half Plask. Okay. This is called every single Erodiviae that's ranged at its exact location. There, see what I mean? You see the problem prevalent among inventors. They never know when to stop when it comes to naming their inventions. You'll pay dearly for smacking me in the back of my noggin. Alright. Okay, more of these guys, of course, yeah. Should knock them all down with a single strike. That's the goal. More of the same guys, yeah. Aggressive, quick-witted, yeah. Cool thing. I'll do a water volley fight. The water breaks are going to continue to be rampant, I'm pretty sure, right? So much talking already. Yeah, sure. Just send it. You get yourself a bottle of water. I mean, I don't need a bottle, I've got a cup, and that's good enough for me. The water, the fridge is right there, so like, it's easy enough. Did you seriously not clash a single time? I walked away after that first turn, so I wasn't really watching, but like, she just didn't win a single thing, did she? The one funny thing about these guys having their own tremor type is that we can just overwrite it, right? Like, they have this beneficial tremor type, and you just overwrite it, or like we can entangle it so that it goes away after a turn. Like, the thing that's so cool with their, you know, self-tremor, and then you can just delete it. Get rid of their, you know, one funny bit. Cool. More stuff. Decent bit of clocks from that one. Trail gone cold. Oh no, we're gonna fail the thing or whatever. More of the same guys, yeah. Simple enough. Okay. Just keep on doing the usual stuff, right? Should be fine. Okay. Let's do more of that, yeah, might as well. Simple enough. Keep on killing these guys. You need 15 to use the conversion. It's so weird you didn't crit you with 15 tremor. Well, it needs to be at least 10, I believe, right? You need to have at least 10 tremor count for that to work, I'm pretty sure, because it needs to spend any tremor. Is Toad's ego still worth getting? Definitely. His skill 3 is only a 1-turn, while his ego is an actual conversion. Because his skill 3 is an entanglement, which means it only lasts for the current turn, right? But the ego is an actual conversion, which means it lasts until it gets replaced or something, right? So this idea works really well with the Cavernous Wailing, but they work hand in hand. It's not the kind of thing where you really want one without the other. That's how I'm looking at least. I haven't been able to mess around with it too much yet. Mirror Dungeon is going to be the real like testing grounds for how this idea is going to work, right? It is a really cool effect how his eye still glows even with the filter, right? It feels intentional. What's your sanity type even doing? Gain tremor count when hit, sure. Because the whole eye glowing thing also happened in the trailer, right? Yeah, here we'll spend the 15 tremor count on self, once we get to the skill 3, that is. And so that should work as intended, I assume. You get some more sanity from winning this clash, so that'll be nice. That guy's stagger plus, though, so he's probably close to dying, and I don't know how much benefit we'll really be able to get. Yeah, but you can see we spent the 10 there, we got the entanglement off. Yeah, you might have... So what might have happened... You might have actually gotten the conversion off, but because it's an entanglement, it ends after the turn, so you just thought it didn't happen at all, but that's just because it turns back into normal turn at the end of the turn, right? Something like that. Oh, this is a 2-wave. I didn't even notice that part. I would have been, you know, a little smarter had I realized. Well, that's fine. I'm not that concerned. Anyways, maybe Ryoshi will actually be able to build up a little bit of poise for once. So, you know, Edgar Gregor, I can have a glowing trail in skill 3. Is that unaffected too? It might just be how effects work, because I've kind of noticed that most effects just don't have, like, their colors messed with at all. Like, attacks still seem normal color and stuff, right? Like, you see Rose Spanner's still got, like, those, you know, pinkish, like, reddish trails on her attacks and stuff, right? So I think it's just effects in general just are still, you know, unchanged. It's only the sprites themselves that are dimmed. Maybe it just would be too much effort to, like, apply the filter to all the effects as well, since those are, like, done completely different from the rest of the stuff. Right? Good stuff. This feels like we've still got a decent chunk left in this mid chapter. Feels like it's probably the longest mid chapter yet. I mean, it is like node wise, so obviously it makes sense that it is just actually as well. Get a bunch more of those. Cool, we're like halfway to that now. And this is 71, so this is gonna be nice. The dying detective. Interesting. Are we gonna see the Eurodivia guy and is he gonna be dying? Yeah, that's the CG that showed up like for a brief second, if that's the one you were talking about. Remarkably various pieces of information we found to get from the defeated Eurodivia members together. We managed to track them down to a rundown building that appeared to be their hideout. You finally managed to track us down, haven't you? Filthy watch chains of T-Corp. And you clock. You clock, he says. It's only elementary, because I am an ace detective. Roja exclaimed triumphantly as she flicked her hair back, but I sensed the smallest hint of uncertainty in her voice. Yep, we're all ace detectives. Shh, I'll admit, we shouldn't have let you track us down. But you don't look too strong. Doesn't seem mirrored on stacking term with LCBation was so painful, so the entanglement was legit just 10 potency. Yeah. It is a foolish move to fight a lion in his den. I hope you've prepared yourselves. Don't you worry about our butts. We've got a class 5 staff with us, you know. I can deduce a few things about you. 1, that man's outfit. That aloof look on his face. I see. It's likely that you're not lying that he really is a class 5 staff. 2, you're absolutely shameless for bringing a class 5 watch chain to a rundown hideout like this. Why does this have anything to do with shame? I don't know about shame, but this place sure is run down. This question mark glass looks nice. Yeah, it's cool. It is interesting how it's... I'm not sure if it's supposed to be mirrored, because I noticed it on... a lot of IDs are like that, aren't they? I have noticed a lot of IDs are to do mirror stuff from the people they're based off of, right? Honglu, it makes sense, because for Honglu, his left eye is the jade thing, so his right eye has the little monocle. But for this guy, his left eye is the monocle, and his right eye is just normal with a little mark under it. A lot of IDs have mirrored stuff, though. I think, like, a notable one, something like, you know, Captain Ishmael, for example, the peg legs on the opposite side. And then there's similar mirror-type things for a lot of things. Makes sense since they're supposed to be, like, mirrored IDs, right? Right, how about this? I'll sit this one out just for the sake of fairness. It'll be like cheating if I were to take part in this fight, yeah? That is a fair proposal. Fine, I accept your offer. Do we not get a say in any of this? Guess we don't. Alright. Time to... Well, it's called the Dying Detective, so we gotta kill him. Yeah, 2 waves, simple enough. We'll have to see if we can actually build up poise count on you. I really don't think so, like, just being completely honest. Like, gain 2 poise count, cool. Just gotta go for many skill 1s as possible to start out with, I suppose, right? You go for a bunch of skill 2s to set up your tremor. You will get charge, yeah. It is funny how this team, it's a tremor team, but like, one person we need to care about their poise, one person we need to care about their self-tremor, one person we gotta care about their charge. We're running a tremor team where all 3 of the people have completely different, like, status effects they need to focus on to get their conditionals and stuff. This guy's skill is called I'm pretty good, you know. I didn't even look at the skill names, I don't think. Okay, well, you can gain some poise potency like that, so that's cool. We'll save yourself, Tremor, I think. For the funny. Deduction start. The Great Detective. There's also a tremor burst thanks to target having enough tremor. Wholesome. God, I can't wait till I get the Ryoshu though, because that passive seems super fun. I haven't even looked at her yet, because I haven't gotten her yet. I could look at her beforehand, I know, but yeah. Don Olga Otis. Don't demand any type of self-condition, right? Olga Otis has self-tremor. It's super forgettable, but yeah, she's got self-tremor. its only purpose is to like slightly buff her skill. It buffs her skill 3's coin power and makes her skill 3 inflict a little bit of tremor count, I believe. But no, both the Molar IDs are self-tremor, and they gain tremor from discarding their skill 1s and 2s. It's just so inconsequential that no one seems to ever remember. Yeah, I'm using a lot of weak skills here because I'm stalling for the sake of the bit. This is the kind of team where we really want to stall in general, though, just because, like, then you can build up a bunch of funny things, right? Like, you're at 20 charge now, because why not? You really don't spend charge that much to really need it at all, but it's funny. Really, this card's yeah, makes sense. She doesn't seem to need it most of the time. She just bursts everything time down. Yeah. It's similar to, like, something like, you know, like Molar Ishmael's self-tremor. Like, yeah, she's self-tremor. It never really matters. Although Molar Ishmael's can inflict fragile, which is nice, but it's just not something people really ever pay too much attention to, I feel like, and for logical reason. Oh, the detective guy isn't even here. Alright. What? Why not? Alright. A little confused by that. But a sure thing, I guess. We had more discard than be important for the IDs kit overall. I think the DH IDs do a really good job making discard really fun, and the Molar IDs don't really do much with discard beyond allowing them to cycle through their deck more. I hope we get more IDs like DH that do cool stuff with discard. I hope we get discard egos eventually. Like, when we inevitably do get Hole in the Man Merso, like, I feel like it'd be funny if it was like a VOV ego that, like, discards, like, on use or something like that. Just to make it, just to, like, discard all or something, just making it so you can cycle through your stuff really fast with it. I think that could be a cool thing for them to test out with an ego. Would be really good if for, like, super skill 3 reliant IDs, though, that's for sure. Yeah, more you saying needs self-tremor skills, yeah. End of the day, though, you're just guarding to keep your insight at 3. Not necessarily. That's one way to play it, but, like, also, you gain benefits for discarding. So, if, like, especially for Rodion, like, you could stay at insight 3, or you could get your insight a little lower in order to get a bunch of shield, which is also super beneficial. And for Hong Lu, you can get rid of your insight a little bit in order to get a bunch of damage up if you get the Gloom Resonance off, right? I still don't remember what Yisong does, honestly, but he's similar to Rodion. The DH IDs have a lot more to them than just get to insight 3 and stay that way. There's a lot of benefit you can get from just kind of going for whatever makes the most sense in the moment, right? How many of you know that boat works in OG Melodies kind of one factor? I think you've mentioned that before, right? You did some random testing like that counts on how like LCB and LCCB counts as the same faction, stuff like that, which is pretty cool. Makes sense, but they really need to like have somewhere where it says that kind of thing, I think. Right. How are we looking? Okay, one more node and we should be able to get it. Oh, now there's 3 people here, though, so this... Oh. This is a focus encounter. It's probably just going to be into Eurodavia, but it's probably a focus encounter so you can make it more interesting, right? Insufficient encapsulin. Checks out. That's fine. Save my boxes, use the lunacy. We love it. Okay, no story or anything. So yeah, now we're actually gonna have to fight this guy. So now we're gonna actually try building up and stuff, right? What does your blind obsession need? Gloom, Pride, Envy. This might be a good idea, actually. No, this isn't poise count. What's the passive? Is the passive poise count? It might be. It might actually help you out a lot. I don't know. I don't think I genuinely don't feel like I've used this ego like at all in like months. Hey, with a crit with a Pride Affinity skill, gain 1 poise count through 10 per turn. That's decent, I guess, with her skill 3. Not the greatest thing, though, not really. You in a clash here? Yeah, sure. That'll work. I guess anything that helps maintain poise might be nice for having LCCB Ryoshu better. It's still nothing. It is, but like, you know, that BM is a debuff. I'd assume as much, right? Even though because I mean, it's like Vengeance Mark, right? It does nothing on its own, but it counts as a debuff because of how it works with other things. There's something like Declared Duel, right? It's maybe a debuff that does nothing like on its own, but like it is a debuff when you consider other stats and stuff, right? Similar to Tremor, I guess. I do kind of want to get the Blind Obsession passive going. You need to get another skill 3, though. Or you need to get another skill 3, though. I looked at the wrong person entirely. Good job, me. You can get a favored. Cool. Get another one. Sure, why not? You're still only going to be on stockpiling duty. Yeah, it'll help out. Should do a little bit like that. Go, that'll work, I think. Nice. Sanity Gaming. Oof, if you get crits, you could actually get your poise count up a little bit. That's decent. 5 potency, 2 count is better than average for you, because that's after factoring the decay. We still need to get one more envy if we want to get the funny passive going, though. And I really do want to get the funny passive going, simply because, like... Well, I'm gonna switch, like... I may just never use LCCB Ryoshu after this point, like, genuinely, because I'm going to get a much better Tremor ID for you. And then, like, your entire existence is going to be basically forfeit, right? I'm going to know IDs I want to buff because I'm not going to wear off until Ryoshu die. You can maybe get a kill. That would be nice. I guess we'll have to see, though. Roll with that, sure. We're having him defend so he doesn't use the skill 3 too early, right? Yeah, that's an interesting fact, though. I don't think I knew about that. I don't think I thought the Ryoshu's ever died for me, though, so kind of makes sense. Okay, you did not crit on the one that I wanted you to crit, but that's fine. You're still getting your poise up there, right? That's something. Still need to get a skill 3 up. Okay. You've got a skill 3 now, though, so that's good. Do that there. Do that for good luck, too. And let's just see if we can kill the rest of them here. You really appreciate, like, this. Yeah, cool. Sure, I'll roll with that. Why not? It'll work. Should kill all of them here, maybe? I didn't see it. Okay, cool. Some sanity for you. That's nice. And you do still have poise, so that's cool. How long will that last? Who knows? You're going to be going to sleep. Now, fair enough. We still have a fair bit left in this mid-chapter, I think. Okay, some of these guys are still alive. That's unfortunate. That's alright, though, because we can make use of it. I'm really trying awfully hard to make you work, aren't I? Okay, yeah, seems good enough. Alright, I didn't want it to go in that order, but that's fine. I think, yeah, it is fine. Yeah. Would have been better, but that's okay. Maybe. No, it's awful. Okay, cool. You run out of poise thanks to that, yeah. Awesome. Okay, here you are, though. 620 Eurodivia Captain. Doesn't even get a name. Cool. Target is staggered by the unit stagger burst. All has heal SP. Sure. And we don't see what you do because it's a focus counter, so it's hidden stuff. Have you no shame? Sure thing, buddy. Sure thing, buddy. Well, you get more poise from your skill 3. What was the point in this? There was no point, was there? I'm trying to make a bad ID work, and I'm really not trying nearly hard enough. That's okay. We'll be able to funny skill 3 next turn with Honglu, I presume. Maybe get some funny burst gaming going, potentially. Okay, that's unfortunate, but you live those, so that's fine. Rating compression, getting ahead here isn't the best chance because you're not at the best sanity. Still got it though, cool. That guy's been staggered. Very early stagger bar on this guy, huh? Probably for the sake of the bit though, right? Makes enough sense. Okay, oh, we still... Okay, that's fine. We can blubber bubble you. Not blubber bubble, the other thing. It's not, if it's not blubber bubble, why bother, right? Just love that blubber bubble so much. Okay, oof might work here, potentially. Need to get some sanity, sure thing. Roll with that. Good enough. This wailing do be cavernous, though. Monk, cool. Good stuff. Now Tremor Debris does a bunch of damage to you guys. All that fun stuff. And because we did the ego, not the skill 3 up, it's not going to end anytime soon. Okay, potentially crit gaming here. Yeah, kind of actually. She maintained her poise a little bit thanks to that, so that's cool. Unclashable. Draw all other allies' tremor count to self from when all it expires. Okay, you know, all its level up for every 3 tremor count itself. What was lost damage? Oh god. Oh god. Alright. For the greater good, he's gonna redistribute the tremor across our team, it seems. A little bit rude. That's fine. We'll kill you before you get a chance to use it, right? Like, it's not the biggest deal ever. Not like at all, really. We're still just trying to maintain poise on Ryoshu, and it's not really working that well. Her skill 2 is just so awful. Her skill 2 had like even 1 poise count on her. Maybe she'd manage it, but like... Still a very big maybe, right? You've been amplitude entangled, but like you also die, so yeah. It works out. Did he die or did he just flee? I couldn't tell. I assume we just fled, yeah, looks like it. Okay, and we've still got plenty of time to spare. So that's good. I keep on thinking Honglu's his sloth skill is a skill 3, because I keep on being like, yeah, that makes sense. But it is not the case. I guess I'm getting confused with like daring decision or something like that, right? 43 self-tremor count. That's a little bit. They don't have bodies? I think they're just fleeing, right? We quickly moved our conversation to the hideout after defeating the Eurodivi members. Gah. Surrender and confess. Starting to run low on patience. Might kill you soon. No, looks like Ryoshi's getting tired of playing detective. We've started already, not sure what you want us to confess either. What would you like for us to confess, that we're the Eurodiviae or something? We hesitated, unsure if he really was clueless or not. That's when Roja confidently strode forward and pointed an accusatory finger at the Eurodiviae captain. Right, questioning time. You've always hated this in this state of affairs, am I right? Must you really ask? You like inventing stuff and not registering them to the tech agency, don't you? Again, must you really inquire about something you could discern simply by looking around? Oh, mind if I take a gander at these inventions? Wait, don't just go around touching... I see. This hedgehog toy is a time bomb disguised as a plushie. Scans the palm as soon as it enters within a certain proximity range. If it doesn't recognize the palm as an authorized individual, they'll shoot at its spines to penetrate the intruder. Darn, why didn't the IDs have hedgehog bombs? But you screwed the parts too tightly down here. You'll do well to remember that mechanical engineering isn't all about tightening the screws as hard as you can. Sometimes you need a slightly loose screw or two to make things fit better. And another thing, if I were you, I would have made this Spine holes hexagon shaped, not circular. You could tell all that from a quick look. You are certainly no common employee. Stop. God, it's funny. It's a similar thing that happens when just Faust and Ran are just talking about like certain types like screws and stuff. Like the nerds just have a habit of just nerding out. That's what they do. Either way, most of those are experiments, incomplete products. In truth, he has reverb and decay. Oh, he died too soon for me to see any of that, huh? That's unfortunate. In truth, you like making more dangerous inventions too, right? I'm sure I'll see him again in Mirrodin and stuff, right? I haven't taken a look at the Mirrodin stuff, but like, there's the entire floor. This guy's probably going to be like the... I guess he's the Jun, isn't he? He's going to be the elite encounter fight. So I'll probably be seeing plenty of him. You really are a persistent one, aren't you? What are you getting at? And I'm sure these violent inventions eventually led to something that can completely rip someone's time away. Wait, what? The culprit behind the case of time-killing time. It's you guys, right? It's what you do, isn't it? You see something that rubs you the wrong way, so you go ahead and smash it to bits. That's a bit of a logical leap, isn't it? Who do you think we Eurodivier are? Sounds like this friend of yours in the Eurodivier really messed up big time in the past, Did he do something drastically violent? No, Sonia, he always knew how to say the right things. Things to get people to agree with him, to convince them to join his cause. His words filled me with this confidence that we could really change the world, that it really was as effortless as letting candy slowly melt away in my mouth. But what could he possibly do to change the world? He doesn't even do anything. Not like these guys. I bet the T-Corp Eurodivier are nothing more than knockoffs who just found themselves inspired by stories coming out of J-Corp. Or... It's absolutely baffling how you failed to correctly deduce a single thing. No, we're not knockoffs. Besides, the Saint has already brought many changes to this world. They're calling him the Saint. Oh god. Change the mere detectives can't even dream of. The Saint? Indeed, Saint Sonia was the one who really sparked the fire of the Eurodivier in every nest. Well, that isn't the only reason they call him the Saint, but that's besides the point. Eurodivier in every nest? Sonia did that? Since you claim to be Saint Sonia's friend, allow me to say it in no uncertain terms. The Eurodivier has nothing to do with your case. Sonia, Are we supposed to take you at your word? First, we don't have this time-killing technology. We can steal time or time visas, but it's practically impossible to kill time. Making something so absurd would surely catch the tech agency's attention. And that is trouble that I am not willing to invite. Why? You've certainly been causing a ruckus here. Isn't that what the Eurodivier wants? Chaos? Please, don't compare us to the likes of Backstreet's gangs. Though there are those among us who want that chaos, of course. One of our former members insisted that we must take the abundance of time in T-Corp for ourselves and have our comrades divided equally among us. But such action would also hurt the have-nots, those who do not deserve such pain, so we must adhere to the Saint's teaching. To truly tear out the throats of the rich, we must wait for the right moment. Yep, there's the Sonia teaching we know. Just wait, just trust me, guys. Just trust me, guys. Just keep on waiting. We'll get a shot sooner or later. Just trust me, guys. Just trust me. The right moment. So I really was Sonia. Yep. So, I've been wondering, are you really the Saint's friend? Of course she is. He even invited her to join his journey. Why don't we leave for now? We can always come back here once we uncover more evidence. Dante says, let's leave for now. Are we not arresting them? Didn't one of you give me a whole lecture about how it's my job to arrest them? It reminds me of the mystery game you played recently. I like how there's another one of those like monkey wrench type weapons in the background there. It's funny. It's very fitting. You need to try hard to not call it a biter, because it reminds me of the biters from Xenoblade. Wait, if you really are a friend of the Saint, then I can't let you leave without giving you some advice as the more experienced detective. I was able to establish a few things from this conversation, so allow me to share them with you. Oh, right. You dabble in detective work from time to time as well, yes? Is this a common thing that you Eurodivier get up to? No, only the Eurodivier branch in District 20 do. Anyway, if I were you, I would start by looking for a common thread that ties all victims together. Find out what they have in common. Why? The T-Corp Collections Agency knows everything about time, where it comes from, where it goes, but not with this case. But if they know everything about comings and goings of time, how are you avoiding their eyes? Not all of us do. I can't tell you more, however. Just know that we have an ace up our sleeve that lets us continue our guerrilla activities in this nest. Anyways, does it not strike you as odd that, for someone with such impressive technology that can quite literally rip away time without a trace, the killer seems unusually passive? This tells me that there is a condition they must first meet to use their powers. Another possibility is that they have a certain creed or a belief system that they follow. But ideologically motivated culprits usually leave behind more obvious evidence and that points to their beliefs. Oh, I think that adds up nicely. Want to join our squad of ace detectives? Who the hell hired this bumbling team of amateur detective wannabes? Never mind. Now, would you kindly leave this place? Well, we now know where the Eurodivier are. We can always come back here if we ever need anything else. We just keep on pestering them. We're like, Mr. Eurodivier, sir, we couldn't figure out the answer. Can you please give us another hint? They really just didn't name him, though. Hate when Limbus does that. Random characters deserve names, too, right? Like, odd impression. Well, that's cool and all, but we can get the new ID first. Wholesome. Oh yeah, right. You gotta press this first. What's your funny quote? Looks like you've got to screw loose yourself, isn't it? Yeah, that's funny. There's so many phrases at this point. There's probably so many funny things you can write if you so desire. Too many, in fact. Oh, cool. I still haven't done the weekly one for a something module because I've been stockpiling for the event and stuff, right? Well, we've got a new replacement, you know. Goodbye, LCCB Ryoshi. We will not miss you that much. Uptie. I'm out of thread. Oh, huh. Well, that's fine. We can do something about that, I think. Who do I think is unlikely to get anything sometime soon? Let's see. I don't know. Dawn might get something soon, but like... Yeah, Dawn's definitely due to getting something new soon. Too bad. Too bad. Rah. Fine, record all you want. Just make sure to get all the blood splatters. She's also got her funny, you know, detective-y thingy. T-Corp staff standard issue weaponry. A rice cooker that doubles as a slow cooker for hearty beef stew. Cute chicken-shaped plush. Lollipop candies of various flavor, too. All kinds of items are on display in each stall. I think it's still kind of far away yet, so yeah. She's gonna get something soon, I'm sure. She's about to get like a random 3-star and 2-star, stuff like that. Because she hasn't gotten any new IDs lately. Wouldn't be surprised if she gets like some random Season 0 stuff, right? And this famous bartering market of the Eurodivier underground hideouts. I think of Honglu's just in the background too. What's Honglu buying? There's like spoons or something. Looks weird. Chad came here to trade for an item of great importance. That is why she scrounged for every single leftover screw she could find after building her invention. 4 screws for a box of cigs. Aren't they of equivalent worth? Nonsense. This box is packaged to the brim with cigs. I'll have you know, 7 screws. The Eurodivier merchant shakes his head, but Chad wasn't going to back down just yet. Like Goofy Heath, yeah, something like that. Dawn hasn't gotten IDs since Lantern, right? Like, that's a while. I gotta see Xantoid. I think we're probably getting a Season 0, potentially T-Corp stuff, right? Maybe we'll get, like, a T-Corp, like Rodion Dawn banner or something like that. And then I think the banner after that will probably be Earl King. Love to see, though. That's my guess. Oh, Dawn, that's right. That's who I'm forgetting. Blade Lineage Dawn. Simple enough. She shoved the screws in her palm closer to his face and declared. Her last 3-star was Season 2. Well, her last 3-star was Season 3, because it was middle. 4. 6, and that's with the discount for being one of us less. 4. 5, I won't go any lower than that, alright? 4. Fuse again and I'll sink. Perhaps the child's glare intimidated him. His eyes began to wander in search of something he needed, something she would be happy to take care of in return for the box of cigs. They came to a sudden stop on his radio that broke down some time ago. His attachment radio. But wait, just hold on a moment. How about this? No need to pay me with screws, yeah? Just get this broken radio working again, and I'll give you the whole box. Oh ho. Great. So I did try my hand at fixing it, and from what I can tell, it's a wiring problem down here. Ah! Just as the merchant was starting to explain what was wrong with his radio, the child pulled out a massive spanner from somewhere and began smashing the merchant's radio with it. Clang, 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 the heavy sound of metal slamming into metal, something one wouldn't expect to hear outside places like the workshops, was more than enough to freak out the merchant. He jumped from his seat screaming and tried to stop the child, but... Maybe you're a Divya Rodeo or something, but... I doubt it. Rodin's not getting anything Eurodivia related for a while. They're gonna save it until, you know, Sonya, probably. But I think if you're getting like a random T-Corp collector ID or something like that, like a Season 0 T-Corp ID, something like that. It was too late. What the last? Look, it's completely busted! Look harder. The merchant, after a moment of silence for his crushed radio, dejectedly reached out and pressed its buttons. And exclaimed with joy. What? Huh? That worked? You can always trust percussive maintenance to do its job. The child was no longer interested in conversing further with the merchant. No matter how happy he looked as he tinkered with the radio, she was now looking at the other child, who was eyeing the sundry lollipops on display at some other stall. Oh, that's what those are. That makes sense. She took a box of cigarettes from the merchant before kicking the other child in the shin. No more lollipops. Time to give me a job. Now. You know I'm technically your captain, right? How come you're always kicking me to get my attention? You're so mean. The child protested with a lollipop in his mouth and rubbed his shin in pain, but his expression made it quite clear that he didn't really mind this small violence. In fact, it appeared that the other child was used to such treatments from her. He nonchalantly produced a bundle of paper from his overcoat and placed it in her hand. I would appreciate it a lot if you could come to our hideout to pick up your next assignment. Anyways, I trust that you'll take care of this list just as well, right? Your appreciation is NOMB. Targets you gave me last time were too bland. I barely felt anything from bashing in their skulls. Then you'll like this one. Your next target is a bigwig, an actual industrialist, the proprietor of the biggest factory in the area. He's... The child's lips slowly curled into a smile as the other child continued to explain her target. The child, now outside the Eurodivie hideout and weapon in hand, slowly stalks her target. The look of unsuppressed elation is clear on her face. Hung Lu, that brat. He finally fished up something exciting. In her hands is a piece of paper they called the list. Names of those who exploited the weak and the downtrodden filled the paper from corner to corner, barely leaving any white paper to be seen under all that ink. The child's current target was on the list. It's such an artistic ecstasy to watch the look of someone who's never experienced shortened time have their time taken from them. This child didn't have some grand purpose in mind when she picked up the list. She doesn't really care about redistribution of wealth or making sure that no one goes hungry either. The heinous acts of evil men was none of her business either. In fact, even the Eurodivia ideology was none of her business. She just enjoyed cutting the halves short, whether it was cutting their time short or their lives. ROW is the AOS. The child suddenly breaks into a sprint after passing the flickering streetlight. The child swings the spanner, albeit at an oddly slow speed. If someone with a lot of time were to see it, they would even be able to tell the exact trajectory of that swing. But the rich man still failed to dodge her assault, as she swung it at a meticulously calculated angle that left no room for him to move. A weighty, blunt noise briefly echoes through the alley. The child grins satisfactorily as she places the cigarette she traded for between her lips. She'd extracted quite a bit of time from the target. That's when she noticed a brief flashing light next to the streetlight. A T-Corp surveillance camera. That recording won't do this piece of art justice. The child furrowed her brows and swung her spanner again, this time at the camera. The surveillance camera promptly drops to the ground. Now, isn't this a much better angle? Oh, pretty funny. Kanto ID might be syncing with Bleed. Yeah, I think it's going to be mainly sync. A little bit of Bleed. Not the kind of ID you really want on Bleed teams, but like, could work on Bleed teams. But syncing is going to be mainstream, sure. Most likely. We'll see, I guess. Let's take a look at Ryoshu. Gain 2 tremor count. Gain tremor count equal to tremor target max 4. Inflict 2 tremor count. So, somewhere from 2 to 6 tremor, depending on how much tremor is on the target. Not bad. But both your skill 2 and 3 spend it. Skill 2, gain 2. Consume tremor count itself, inflict the same amount of tremor on target, max 5. That's not bad for setting up tremor count stuff. Gain 2 tremor count, consume 8 tremor count itself to gain coin power. Is the other usage of tremor. Yeah, trigger tremor burst. Yeah. Decent, but not the best thing. And of course, whoops, didn't mean to click off of you. And of course, your passive, Sloth Resonance. Yeah, that's a little unfortunate. The trailer literally showed there was no resonance happening when it happened, so that's a little rude, but that's alright. Sloth Resonance happens fairly decently in Tremor teams, potentially. Maybe. Kind of. Especially since they're going to want to go for Sloth Resonance for the sake of, you know, Everlasting Faust, right? Let's return. Target's name is release. Gains +1 tremor count from its coin effects and trigger a coin burst with the last coin on hit. Yeah. And then, you know, support passive. That's decently cool. That's fine. And Sloth Resonance, obviously. What is it saying new about? Oh, it's because I... Huh? I didn't even click on you. I guess it thought I did. That's fine. Well, we've got you now. We'll be able to use you for the rest of Kanto. Although, give me a minute to take a quick break, and then we'll get back to it, right? Shouldn't be more than a minute or two, right? Probably. Oh, the chance broke on the Be Right Back screen. That's fine. Didn't realize that, but that's not that big of a deal, right? What's this? Oh, I see. There's a PM notification, but it's just the whole thing about the anti-cheat thing. That's alright. Well, you got the Ryoshu ID now, so that'll be pretty funny. More water is very needed. See, what, I mean, next off, I'll probably just start with the random rewards and stuff, right? None of these I need that urgently, so I'll just get everything. Yeah. I guess I could have gotten some thread or something, not needed to gut as much of Dawn's shards, but that's fine. Not the biggest deal. We also get more pocket watches now because we've got the full squad. Oh, this is cool looking. Yeah, alright. Odd impression. We press on. Well then, the Ardivia is swearing up and down that they've got nothing to do with the case, and the Time Ripper is still at large. What now, ace detectives? But we don't have any other leads. The one we talked to just left the hideout, so why don't we follow him? You want to tail that Eurodivi? Well, it looks like not arresting them may pay off after all. I think it's a fair suggestion. Waste of time. We should torture them one by one until someone breaks. What do they mean with different tremor? Are they vibrating differently or something? Yeah, I mean, I think basically, yeah, they're just vibrating differently. I don't know. How do you explain, like, any of the status effects that aren't the obvious ones, really? They're all kind of weird. Tremor is just a really weird status effect in general to explain, because, like, it's obviously, like, kind of, like, shaking someone, kind of, like, throwing people off balance with super strong effects, but, like, how do you stack that? It's weird. According to page 155 of Lady Agatha's book, an ace detective must always remain vigilant and not shy away from stakeouts. You're already on page 155? Don Quixote gave us this book so that we can all become ace detectives. I've been reading it whenever I can. The Eurodivia's petty time thievery won't change the world. Is that why you're letting them go? Because it doesn't matter? Huh? No, not at all. It's the opposite, in fact. I want to see things change. Change? It said that Eurodiviae started from a small group of nobodies, but they kept at it slowly but surely, spreading through the city. I hear that they've been causing some real trouble in some nests, that they find it difficult to get rid of them. Do you know what people have been saying here at T-Corp? Running low on time, burning full of frustration, then come join the Eurodiviae. Unlike most people who accept injustice and move on, they don't. They refuse to turn a blind eye, confident and determined that they will one day bring real change to the city. Turn lasting only lasts one turn. Yeah. It's a entanglement, that's how they work. It's only natural that I find them extremely fascinating. To witness to what end do their desperate desires and aspirations lead? Nothing but impotent squirmings. I'm sorry, do any of you even give any about solving the case? This case has a certain destructive aesthetic to it. I like it. I'm following my family elder's words, to see and experience as much of the world as I can before I return, because their words better be followed. Sounds excruciatingly bothersome. So many things in this world presuming that they deserve to call themselves family. I've never heard you talk like that, Ryoshu. What will you ever accomplish with such half-heartedness? Don't worry about it. Most people live on with that very half-heartedness. It's been eons since I really desired something with all my heart, you know. No, I'm not most people. From the distance, a loud, rapid footsteps broke through Rogia's quiet whispers. I knew it. The culprit was a Eurodivi. Gah! They're here. Won't give them the slip this time. Okay, let's go. Maybe you'll catch them this time if you learn to breathe like Murso, Ryoshu. Roja came to a sudden stop and looked at me, staring at me from underneath the shadows cast over her eyes. Dante, do you think it would have been any different if I followed Sonia back at the casino? Why do you ask? I mean, it's just watching Sonia's goals actually start to take shape while I stagnated, unchanging. It's making me feel... Roja hesitated. Odd. An odd impression. That's for sure. Yeah, makes sense. I'm glad Roja's getting more time. The Time Ripper... More story, interesting. So much story in this one, yeah. You're late, clock. The two sinners had a head start, but it didn't take very long before we caught up to them and saw them quietly kneeling behind cover. We'll go ahead and draw their attention. We should be able to corner them in this direction. Since Ryoshu and Honglu are out there to draw the culprit here, we just have to do our part and capture them. Yeah. What's wrong, Roja? Just every time I think about Sonia, I remember all the things that I couldn't do. That's all. Roja. Ah, nope. Not gonna let this drag me down. I just gotta do what I can, right? Wouldn't it be so nice if the culprit showed up right now so I can get my hands on him and get this over with? Ugh, all this waiting around is getting so tedious. Hopefully I'll look real when they arrest him. You certainly recover quick. Now that's a good attitude to have. Well, you know, ain't that how emotions are supposed to be? Constantly changing with time, you know? Is it now? I don't quite agree. Emotions don't change with time. I'd say that the changing emotions are what drive the flow of time. That's some complicated stuff. I just can't wait to hear all the praises they'll sing of me once I snag this Eurodivvy rascal, that's all. You know, I want to be an ace detective. Then you shall have your chance. A chance for you to be the center of attention, a subject of praise. Oh, that long coat, that hat. You're... Roja, Dante, the culprit ran that way. You're the Time Ripper. Correct. Ooh, fancy looking guy, that's for sure. Ah, this isn't good. It'll take a while for Honglu and Ryoshi to get here. But before we get down to business, allow me to make a few corrections. 1. I am no longer bound to an organization like the Eurodivvy. In fact, I found their hypocrisy detestable. Did you know that even the Eurodivvy did not use their hours equally amongst one another? That is why I have chosen action. Kind of cook with the design? Yeah, I think so. Very wacky looking. I like it. Don't know why he's got like staples in him. And like a fridge handle. 2. I am not killing time. You will not compare my crusade to something so hollow. I merely reap the dying hours, to share it among those who need it most. You may call me the Time Saint instead. What are you talking about? Shut up and... All this is flying over your head, isn't it? You poor little thing, starved for even a morsel of praise. This is both a correction of your ignorance and our final warning. If you wish to capture me, no, us, then you must be prepared to pay the price in time. Was that an attempt at a threat? Do you seriously think you can scare me like that? Sure, you're the big scary Time Ripper, but I've got you all figured out. I know your patterns. There's something staying your hand, isn't there? Whether it's your creed, some kind of design flaw in your tech, you just can't touch my time. How'd you like this ace detective's deductions, huh? Half right, but you have given me two more corrections to make. 1. I am not the one killing time. It's you and everyone like you who's killing time. 2. Indeed, we cannot rip time away from just anyone, no. But I can take yours. Because you, at this very moment, are mired in tedium. What? Just biding the time, aren't you? Waiting for something to happen. Killing time. We are merely taking back the time that you would have killed anyway. Ha! 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 Swing that axe and you might carve a small chunk of our flesh. But we will rip a chunk out of your existence. You will stir awake when the clock strikes 4, in 50 years' time, having done nothing, having lived through nothing, all in the blink of an eye. That's when it shall dawn on you, that despair. It'll all come rushing in like a flood, that disparity, the unfamiliarity of all the time you killed. Every pain a reminder of every single second you've killed, thinking about how tedious it all is. You look scared. We like that look in your eyes. Roja stood there completely frozen. No one could stop the Time Ripper as he walked away from us. Not me, not Roja. The culprit. Where are they? I thought I could take them on, but when I came face to face with the Ripper, how could you give them the slip? They threatened her, that they were going to rip away her time. Oh no. And the Ripper knew. They knew how I felt, so... Never mind. It seemed to me that Roja decided to not say it out loud, but I knew that the word she wanted to say was tedious. Pathetic. Unlike you, Ryoshu, my time is important. I'm not here just to make those stupid, pointless observations about the case. I didn't volunteer out of some weird obligation either, okay? I volunteered because I genuinely wanted to solve the case. I'm not like you. Either of you. I briefly grew concerned that Ryoshu might swing her scabbard at Roja, but I don't think she was listening anyway. How banal. Instead, she stared up at the clock tower in silence as her cigarette slowly burned its way to her lips. I guess that's a relief. Roja, Sorry. Think I'm just getting tired of wearing a silly smile. Fair enough. Go crazy, right? It's worthwhile. Okay, another story. It's probably gonna be like, oh yeah, story, fight the distortion, dungeon where you fight the distortion at the end. That's my guess. That's the usual pattern, right? I really like to use the new Ryoshu idea already. We'll get there, right? Roja was always the one to lift the team's mood when it's down, but... The mood among us had grown so incredibly awkward and cold that I was almost starting to feel a chill in my fingers. I guess this is what happens when Roja's in a depressive mood. If we were back at the boss, or if Yisong or Gregor were here, they would have at least tried to do something to break the ice. But neither Ryoshu nor Honglu were the kind of people to be heavily affected by such a frosty mood, so we just trudged on with our investigation. How are you liking it so far? It's good. It's very good. Pretty peak. I'm glad that Rodion's getting another chance to really shine, since Kanto 2 was relatively, light compared to a lot of the other ones as far as, delving deep into Rodion, but this is doing a good job of it, I think. It's pretty cool. It makes you want to have good tremor IDs, but you just can't. Because you don't have good tremor IDs? Yeah. Tremor's weird. A lot of the tremor IDs just aren't very accessible easily. Because, obviously Regret Faust is only on Walpurgis, and Molar Otis, if you don't have it, you only can shard it, so... Tremor's in a bit of a weird spot there. We're getting more new tremor IDs, more general use tremor IDs, but this Honglu one means there's another tremor ID that's really good, but that after this season will only be able to be gotten through sharding and stuff, right? Kind of annoying. You're on the less slow thing, but probably I'm just gonna sleep, yeah. I'm not quite at that point yet, but I think I'm almost there. Huh. Looks like the culprit got him in the middle of something. He knew the Ripper. How could you tell? By looking at his eyes, isn't it obvious? That look in his eyes, it's the kind of look that people have in their eyes when getting killed by a rat they know. He's not exactly dead, This dead body looks kind of different from the last one we saw, though. Not a dead body either, but what is it? The culprit tore his scarf in half. Maybe they really disagreed with his fashion choices. The Eurodivier must live like fools in the eyes of others, so that we may see a path invisible to them. Roja? It's something Sonia once said. Told me the scarf was a yoke to hide the great ambition, that those with such dreams must remain bound. But I don't see you wearing that scarf. Haha, I just think it cramps my style. And chopping the scarf in half would mean that the killer might be a former member of the Eurodivier. Should go back to their hideout and ask around. Some time later. The Ripper got our boss. Huh? Are you asking if anyone quit recently? Well, it's not like they formally quit or anything, but there were some who went completely off the grid. Someone who wanted to steal the surplus time at T-Corp to share it equally among everyone. Yeah, I remember a lad who said something like that. When his younger brother died, he became a bit weird. Did anyone want to go along with that plan? I'm sure there are some, but we shouldn't. We're the Eurydiviae. We must bide our time until the saint gives us the word. Is that so? Where is he? No idea. Last I heard he said something like, I'll always be watching you. Creepy, innit? But I suppose that means he's still hanging about somewhere within T-Corp borders. Our bossman's gonna be back to normal, alright? He'll always be watching, huh? It's a clock tower. Huh. Clock. Yeah, I had a feeling. It seemed super important, and like, that's a cool place for a boss fight. I always burn a cig after a kill. But you're always smoking. Because it takes about 4 minutes for the cig to burn all the way through. Okay, so you wasn't talking about the clock tower. That's what I thought was going on. I get to watch as the light of life slowly burn out in their dying eyes. It really enhances the flavor. I'm getting a weird sense of deja vu, and I really don't know why. I feel like I'm reminded of a dream right now. I don't know though. 4 minutes. I know that it takes exactly 4 minutes for this cigarette to burn away. But only 2 minutes have passed on that clock tower. Huh? That doesn't make sense. How come no one noticed that the clock tower was broken? This isn't a new development, by the way. From the moment our little game of detective started to this precise moment, the clock tower always measured only 2 minutes by the time I finished smoking. Didn't someone say it's because people have learned to be helpless? I've been waiting for something to get finished for a while. Do you know I've been paying to wait for something to have too much time in your day? It's so tedious, He thinks it's a real bother. Standing guard here, all this stop and search. So tedious. Hey, assistant, what were the first 2 victims doing when the Ripper struck? Let's see. One of them was a sassful person with 13 flavored lollipop candy, and the other was reading a comic book starring a T-Corp inventor as its protagonist. I'd say it's a pretty fun read. Are there a lot of clock towers at T-Corp? A total of 12 in the entirety of T-Corp, but just one in this general area. The Time Ripper struck only near this clock tower, didn't they? Right on, detective. What if they slowed down the clock tower and made everyone in the area feel that sense of extreme tedium? Tedium? I see. So that's what it is. You can rip time only from people who are bored. The clock tower. It should give me a nice view to blow smoke at. Oh, here's something I forgot to mention. You know that you need actual evidence to make an arrest, right? Detectives? Huh? You have to catch them in the act. Can't go around arresting people just because you feel like it. What, do we have to let them attack us or something? Just so we can catch them in the act? Don't you know, he can literally rip the time out of you. One small mistake and you might wake up weeks, months, or even years later. We don't even know if that's the kind of thing that Dante can rewind. Yes, it's all very tragic, but still part of your responsibilities. Do you even care about catching the culprit? Or is learning how he rips time all you care about? Right on again, Ace Detective. I once thought there were no inventions in T-Corp that I didn't know their ins and outs of. You see, I have the intricate knowledge of the mechanisms of every single machinery in existence within T-Corp. I even know about the bizarre contraption your friend back at the jail cell invented while he was here. I didn't want that invention to be beholden to the T-Corp patent agency, no. I wanted to watch it spread throughout the city. Which is why I didn't try very hard to stop him as he escaped through the back streets. It wasn't because I was lazy, mind. Very interesting thing to say indeed. So, to answer your question, no. Like in the case of the League of Nine Literatures, I don't care whether we catch the culprit or not. I'm just curious about the exact mechanism behind how he rips time. It's the nature of being an inventor. Agreed. How am I supposed to even get anything done with people like... Excuse me, Mr. Assistant. I have something I'd like to ask you. Back when Merso stood on the temporal scale gallows, didn't the machine beep very loudly? Oh, that reticent friend. Yes, it did. If you have the intricate knowledge of the mechanisms of every single machinery in existence within T-Corp, then do you also know why it malfunctioned? Of course. Why wasn't the gallows able to take 10 billion ons worth of time from Merso? Was it really because it was broken? What are you talking about? It is seriously impossible for the machines in my design to have any faults. Usually. Then the source of that error must be Merso, or all of us, right? Not the machine? Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. You're not only looking the part, but also acting the part of an ace detective. Could have fooled me. All credits go to Lady Agatha. She did say that one of the qualities of an ace detective is a mind of bottomless inquisitive. It's late, okay? Inquisitiveness, after all. Foo-hoo. I thought the condition of getting exempt from our time tax was that we had to catch the culprit. That's what I was thinking when the Class 5 auditor began speaking again, as if to address my concerns. I'm not saying that I won't cooperate, of course. I may even devise a plan for you, though it may be somewhat simple. Now listen close. Oh? Shenanigans? Shenanigans afoot? The Clock Tower of Fear. Ooh. Yeah, and the background's still going hard. Let's see, 90 from this one. That's cool. Clear within 10 turns, only one enemy. It's a focused encounter. Simple enough. Should work out. Oh, and we can bring everyone now. That's cool. We probably should then, yeah. I guess order doesn't matter that much right now, I don't think. So we'll just do whatever. It's gonna be a focused encounter, so that's fine. Might be able to use the Faust Eco here then. So, will this really work? I guess it's barely a plan and more like something we came up with in the last 10 minutes, but still. Shh, annoying. Shh, let's hide. Hiya, I've been waiting for you. Did he just say hiya to the river? How interesting. Not only did you know that I'd be coming here, but you also had the manners to extend your greetings. I see. You've been tailing us this whole time. Of course. You were right under our noses all this time, weren't you? You're one of those fools playing pretend as a detective, aren't you? Killing time. You're right. Say, can you teach me how to make the most of my time? Give us your time and we might tell you. What, 30 hours? What is this, a bloody joke? That ain't enough. Just think about all those hours we've lost fleeing from these sods. We could have spent that time ripping more hours from others. I say that it's only fair that we take 300 hours from him. Agreed. He's one of the Nest's lackeys, working with those filthy watch chains of T-Corp. He deserves it. If we let him go, he'll only bring further trouble. Let's show them what happens to those that oppose us. Seconded. Let's try to extract the exact amount of hours that evenly splits into 12 pieces. Sod it. Let's stab as deep as we can go. We don't want the repeat of the fat cat at the factory, do we? We're aiming straight for the center. We're not letting this guy slip away with just a gash of 100 hours. Silence. I will decide the time. We'll stab as deep as we can and rip 1,000 hours from him. That should be more than enough time for us to happily share. Well, I suppose we'll be losing our sense of taste for the next 1,000 hours. And we divide the burden of 1,000 hours equally among one another? Yeah, I can roll with that. Huh. It's almost like there are multiple personalities in there, all taking turns to speak. The culprit wasn't the only one who suddenly began to behave strangely. Hong Lu did, too. His face relaxed into a tranquil look, as though he was ready to let something go. Or perhaps that was an expression of liberation. 1,000 hours. Will 1,000 hours have passed in the blink of an eye? Yes, and there will be no pain, only the despair that awaits you upon your awakening. Then, I like that. Rip my time away. Huh? He didn't mean that, did he? A time-tearing razor, is it? So that is the core of the power that extracts time. There was no invention at all, but a distortion. My, this is still highly fascinating. This is the kind of power that a distortion can grant. Powers that only one could have dreamt of. After a lengthy silence, as though the world itself had come to a grinding halt. Why can't we rip away your time? I see, everything went according to plan. It's all so same. I blinked, but the world is just as familiar and changeless as ever. What? We've walked right into a trap, you daft idiots, don't you understand? Detectives. AOTS. Ah, that's a relief. Had me worried for a moment there. About 30 minutes ago. Yeah, this is the part where they unveiled the grand plan, that shenanigans. Like I said earlier, the temporal scale gale isn't broken. The error was caused by you. Your time, and this applies to all 12 of you, was already bound to someone else's time. Someone else's time? Me? This caused a multi-reference error in the temporal skill gallows, which is supposed to hang your time. Shh. So what you're saying is, because we were living within Dante's time, the gallows couldn't hang our time? I had no idea. Well, if all that is news to us, then there's really no way for the Time Ripper to know that either. So once the Time Ripper arrives and tries to rip my time away from me, that's when Roji and Ryoshi can swoop in like the awesome people you are and arrest the culprit. And that's how this trap came to be. But what if, and really what if? What if the Time Ripper manages to rip Honglu's time away? Don't worry, Dante. It's all going to be okay. Huh, I wonder how long the racket would last once the news of malfunction clock tower breaks. Wouldn't it be so entertaining to watch as people's trust in the institution of the supposedly unerring clock tower crumble? It's going to be such a fun show. I like this guy a lot. He's very silly. I'll try my best not to malfunction. Tick tock, tick tock. Hey, participation trophy. I used to really hate the sound of clocks. I don't know when it started, but I started to associate noise with a perpetual cycle of pain. Like it's some premonition that a clock's hand-shaped blade will one day cleave clean through me. A blade of time, if you will. But your noise, it's a bit different. The kind of noise that makes me dream up something new, something different. And it's not pain. Well, that's why I wanted to extend my gratitude. Not sure what he's extended his gratitude for, but can someone ask him to do something for me? Dante has a request. Right, request away. I think I've had enough experience to intuit when a big fight's about to break out. And I'm getting that exact feeling that something's about to happen. So it's time for you to return the other sinners. Can't believe they actually kept us imprisoned the whole time, only to let us out right before they caught the culprit. So how was it, manager? Adventuring with just 3 sinners. Was it nice? I trust that you have learned your lesson, and that my absence was deeply felt. I'm making all over just from sitting inside that jail cell. I don't ever want to go back to a place like that. Right, so is that Sod the Time Ripper or something? A distortion we must defeat. Alright, just straight into the fight. Fair enough. It's time to kill this guy. Ooh. Undefined, yeah. 1,000 stolen time. 200 plus value gain. 1,000 minus 200 divided by 50. Offense level up and defense level up. Okay, simple enough. Less than 200 gain offense level down instead. Okay. So you got a bunch of offense and defense level up now, so you're... Yeah. A little bit scary. This song is funny, that's for sure. Let's check your passive if you have anything we can check. Counts the target without speed, yeah. Part is broken, spend 100 time for that part to recover from broken. Okay. Cool. When in time acceleration... Does it explain time acceleration? Sprite looks good, yeah. This guy looks cool, I like him. He's got sanity, he's got a fair bit of HP. When in time acceleration state, is it gonna say what that does? What that is? If I speed and his skills. It looks like you're not in time acceleration state, so I'm gonna assume you don't need to worry about it yet. Because if you're saying time gain protection at low HP once per turn with Clash lose. Interesting. That's nice to see though. To bleed, consume time, inflict more bleed with the skill. Okay. Well, let's just see what we can clash here. Gonna be a lot of neutrals, yeah. Not shocked. Struggling, yeah. May need to neutral some of these. Don't think there's much way around that, unfortunately. Just gotta gamble we get decent clashes here. We'll be able to stack Tremor on you fairly well. I think so, that'll be good at least. Yeah, Rackham scores. This is one of the clashes that was relatively safe. I almost jinxed it there. I'm glad I didn't. Yeah, get some Tremor burst on this guy. Also, burst all Tremor because you didn't have enough Tremor count to actually be fine. That's fine. Daring Decision also might be an issue, but we need to go for strong skills early to get our sanity up right. So I'm fine, just kind of his Tremor not being great at the start. Because we direly need some sanity on a couple people, right? That's unfortunate. That's okay, though. Okay. Spend more of your time and stuff, cool. So we need to win clash against the left one or the right one. The middle one's your strong damage one, so we gotta be a little careful with that one. This one's actually a little high too, though, so it's scary. Let's see. No. Neutral there. You've got execution sentencing. That's a cool idea, at least. I get the feeling we're not going to be able to beat this, like, at all. Okay, neutral, that might be our best bet. Yeah, it's looking like it is. Okay. That's fine. I can live with that, I think. Neutral, neutral, neutral. Yeah. Just gotta gamble, right? We love a good little bit of gambling. Yeah, not a great gamble for Heathcliff. That's fine. Okay, not great for you either. Awesome. Once again, though, there wasn't really anything else we could do there. Alright. And because Sandy's getting up and we're not getting our Sandy up, so yeah. Pretty. Okay, there's a stagger. Cool. Okay, oh great. What are you doing here? Beast Rebels 1 for every 100 stolen time on self. Alright, you're still at, like, what? 950? Okay. This is an old 17 rolling evade. Cool. Shh. Like, time relief entitlement. Target time of your time. And you consume 2 and get time acceleration next turn. Yeah. Okay. Target use an attack skill against this unit. So whoever goes for the first attack, assumably, is going to be targeted. That's fine. You're super slow, so we can just... Yeah, I don't like our odds here. We can stack more stuff at least, so that's cool. Yeah, here's the evades, though. Luckily, like, you're not doing anything on us by evading, so that's good at least. Here's your breakthrough. I know it was you. Was it last person hit? Oh, everyone that got hit. Except for you, of course, you didn't land a hit. That's fine. It's probably best for it to be like this, so you attack a bunch of random people, instead of just going all in for one person. Mutilate. Gains attack weight in... Okay, time acceleration. So we gotta be careful this turn, but you've spent a fair bit of stolen time, so that's alright, I think. Gotta let this... There we go, cool. Want to get rid of the new thing. You can't do anything. Are you being targeted? You are. Hopeless. Cool. I'm fine with you going for that, though, yeah. Yeah. You've got an ego, actually. Oh, we can Cavernous Wailing. That'll actually be goated. Cool. That's at least something. We'll have to go for a little bit of a counter here. We might get it off. We might not. That's fine. A lot of damage on Faust. That'll be okay. Cavernous Wailing gaming. Means your Sandy's doing even worse, but we can start doing a bunch of damage, which will be funny. Yeah, so now our Tremoring is going to be funnier, so that's fun. Cool. Oh yeah, and there's the stagger. Awesome. Unfortunately, our Sandy's still not great across like the entire team. So we're not going to be doing as much damage as I'd really like to be doing here, but that's fine. We've got a daring decision though, so that's going to be a little bit good. Yeah. Fortunately, we could have triggered the Ryoshu passive here, but we couldn't stagger you this turn. Okay, but you've taken down most of your stagger thresholds there. Anything new here? Doesn't look like anything new. Okay. We're probably just gonna kill you without getting you this funny number down, so that's silly, I guess, right? And I mean, we can just do this, and we should just win, I think, probably. Not too hard to fight, but I'm sure we're about to fight you again, right? Yeah, there's a tremor burst. And he fled into the fathoms of his ego. Or... Have you ever wept in such deep longing for that extra minute, that extra second you let slip through your fingers? Where you wished that your heart would forever sleep, for its every beat was but a painful reminder of the merciless march of time. I don't suppose you have, because you all have plenty of time to spare. With that, the Time Ripper slips into the shimmering portal. A mirror dungeon of the fathoms. It appears to be the same kind as the one we have seen before. Hey, Dante, I've got a question. Just occurred to me for the first time. Where do all the time that you use, where do they come from? Well, I never gave thought to where the time I rewind comes from. All I knew was that when I turned the clock, I rewound the time. WC. Yeah, who cares, I guess. I wish I could answer her, but it's not like I know how any of this works. Ryosha quickly shuts us down with her brief summary of the circumstances. We did not question it further. A mirror dungeon of the fathoms. Let's go. Alright, it's dungeon time. Pretty standard stuff as usual, I'm sure. Funny new ego gifts and stuff are going to be in there. Probably some Tremor stuff. Which could be funny. Especially because it's going to be added to Mirrodin for permanently after the event too, assumably. Final problem. Okay. Let's get in. So this is the culprit's fathoms. Very zany looking. Yeah, there's lollipop there. 21 minutes. The time it took from the impact for you to hit the cobblestones. Isn't it about time you quit that Eurodivy, I think, brother? We barely have enough time to scrape by. Wasting our time building unregistered inventions just to annoy some time collector doesn't do anything. Come on, brother. Dream like you used to, please. You always wanted to work for the T-Corp Patents Agency, didn't you? We're just biding our time. We're waiting for the right moment, okay? And when that moment comes... But you don't even know when that moment is. What if that moment comes after we're dead? Why would any of it matter if we're not here to see it? Take the grade 1 inventor certificate exam or something. Make submission to the Inventors Expo. It's a pretty hefty prize money for receiving the Inventor of the Year award, you know? Do you know that in other nests, everyone enjoys equal 24 hours? Just imagine for a second, what if we saved a ton of money and moved to a different nest? Then maybe we'd get to live 24 hours a day too. And get a full night's rest and still have half the day to spend. Wouldn't that be so wonderful? I was always full of excuses. For all of my hatred of the system, I remained inert with my ignorance as a convenient shield and excuse for inaction. I knew that our lives would get better if I did get certified, but I always gave the same excuse. I don't have the time to take a test. One early morning, my brother came to speak to me. I'll lend you all but 2 hours of my time. It'll give you more than enough time to complete the exam. It ends around 2 p.m., right? I'll meet you in front of the clock tower then. You can give me back the time you borrowed there. Thus I was given a single day of abundance. The sun still hadn't set when I finished the exam. I had a good feeling about all this, too. Maybe I could start dreaming again, just like in the old comic book I used to read. To dream of becoming a professional inventor and all kinds of things. The car rolls in so slowly. It's so slow that anyone could simply step out of its way. The driver is like us, someone who lives 10-hour days. And my brother can't get out of its way, because he doesn't have enough time. Hour is already precariously stretched over a day, stretched even further. So you are... slowly, so slowly, thrown into the air. I run as fast as I can within the time that is given to me, but I fail to reach him. I never could. Nothing changed, no matter how much time I was shared, because my life was spent in a rush, because its entirety slipped through my fingers in the blink of an eye. I wandered aimlessly near the street my brother drew his last breath. If only I could taste every flavor of this lollipop sooner. Man, I can't wait to read what happens next. Won't somebody knock me out and wake me up when the next volume's out? The city. Can't wait for them to finally come do my portrait. I hope they capture the little upward flick at the top of my mustache. It's supposed to look like a bird's wing. Yes, it's so tedious waiting for it to be finished. Yawn. Still 3 in the afternoon. This is one long shift. When will this tedious busy work end? As too many people who so indifferently kill time. Our time will come, just like the saint said. I know it's tedious, but everyone feels the same way. Stop pestering me about it, yeah? You think I'm happy with this small-time stuff? I'm just as tired as you are of punching those bloody collectors and running away. I was ignorant. I lacked the time. If only I had the time they killed. If only my brother had the time they killed. He would still be alive. Yes, my brother was right. Can't wait for the moment that won't come. Now is the time for action. I'll find everyone so content with killing their time, and though a clock may look as though it turns evenly on the outside, the cogs that make up the clock work within each turn at disparate rates. Some living 44-hour days, some living 4-hour days. We are not like the Eredivisie. We know that we must take action. So that's what you've turned yourself into. Within me as a place where all may live in equal hours. Our nest. A place for all who have felt the very same pain. Your explanations fail to justify your time killing. Yet I am not the time killer. It is the people of the city who have been slaughtering time. No one even took a moment to doubt that the clock tower may have been broken. Instead, they stopped at merely complaining that it was a slow day and that they should just pass the time. Killing time. I saved the dying times from their wasteful clutches. Will you still claim that I am in the wrong? Yeah, basically. Pretty much. Yeah, Tremor team should all be ready and stuff. Interesting. A lot of events, it feels like. So the first event is something specialist thing, right? And it's on this pattern. Remember the T-Corp Street. There's the glowing mission beam. Follow the light. 600 cost gained. Cool. So we want to do something like that, probably maximize events. See what happens, see if it's funny stuff. Also to Pierce, Sloth, Gluttony, all stuff that we've got in abundance. Let's see if we can find some new ego gifts. Fragment of Decay is a funny thing to see here, that's for sure. Kind of content with just spending this all on reroll. See if we can see anything new. Seems like that's a no. That's fine. Interesting how there's no keyword refresh, but I guess it makes enough sense. This is a focus encounter of some kind. Is there going to be like Sloth Pekatula or something? Probably. No. Okay. Is it a focus encounter? It is. Okay. So there's a focus encounter against these guys. Oh yeah, it's saying I don't know the stuff, even though I fought these guys before. Yeah, that's fine. We'll live. We can start getting Sandy up too, which will be nice to have. All that sort of good stuff. Let's focus down to the ones that are guarding because I don't like them. Shh. Why not, really? I can also get water while this is going. I really feel like I haven't been drinking enough water as of late anyways, so, you know, being forced to by, you know, my throat being super dried from speaking so much, probably good for me in the long run. A bunch of staggers, cool. Okay, who can win this clash? Can you? You can't even redirect it, eh. We'll roll with that then. That'll probably work well enough, right? Probably. Nice. Good stuff. We love sanity. This also almost straight up kills. It would have killed if you hadn't lost that first coin. That's fine. It's how it happens. It's how it goes. And you guys go for some neutrals and stuff if I can, right? Give them a chance to build up their sanity. Yeah, I'm fine with going for a bunch of neutrals and stuff. Like, we'll take some damage if we fail, but if you win, we get our sanity, and that's important. Very important. Okay. Yeah, that's a little unfortunate, but that's fine. He's gonna take it. We get to see the funny attack animation again, too, so that's nice. Yeah. We'll try that. It'll work, I think, probably. Once again, more neutrals, because you're fairly low on sanity, and we want you to be high on sanity, so... Gamble. Another failed gamble for Ufi Cliff. Guess I shouldn't be too surprised. Mooks are pretty high for the event. Yeah, I've definitely noticed that. That's fine, though. We can pull through. I've got everyone at max level and stuff, so it's mostly fine. The only issue is going to be until you don't have sandy built up, right? Building up sandy is going to be like the main thing in this event, it feels like. I'm a normal fight now. And you can always tell what you're getting into, because like Pierce Week... Huh. Actually, I don't know. That was Blunt Week. I thought Pierce Week were the... I thought Pierce Week were supposed to be the T-Corp guys, while the Blunt Week were supposed to be the Eurodivia guys. But that was a... Why was the Folks encounter Blunt Week then? I wasn't paying attention. I don't know. Well, if nothing else, we can get more clashes in. Normal fights are a lot easier to get clashes in and stuff, usually. Imagine since we've kind of got a baseline of sanity for everyone, and these guys don't have any sanity yet. So we're looking pretty good. I do think. Nice. More of this looks good. Yeah. Unfortunately, because this is a event dungeon, and event dungeons are lame, we do get our resources halved every fight, so we're not gonna have a fun ego ready in time. Like the boss necessarily. Although we'll probably be able to get it soon. I want to try an Everlasting at least once, right? We haven't gotten to see Everlasting at all yet. And like, we gotta do it at least once. Everyone's basically max sanity. I think someone's at 43 or something, but everyone's basically max. So that's good. We can go for our attacks a little more willy-nilly now. Yeah, Honglu's the one who's still technically not at max. He gets a kill here, though, and these guys... I don't know what level these guys are, actually. We might get our sanity up from it. We do, cool. Are they level 45 or something? Yeah, cool. Simple enough. Let's get the kills on a bunch of them, and that should work well. Also, it's long enough that you can probably fire Everlasting at least once. Yeah. Makes sense. I'll also potentially try stalling for a little bit in the next fight, just getting things. We did get Coffee and Cranes, which helps a decent bit, I suppose. We've got a fair bit of Lust, because we've got Ryoshu, who's got a Lust skill 1, and Otis has a Lust skill 2. So Coffee and Cranes can get some benefits from. Let's see if we can get something new. Another busy watch factory. And Shiny just choosing a clean suit. Shiny's employees, and catches his eyes. You're not from too well to explain yourself. Let's see. General Soup, Linger Effect, and 2 Colloquials like Factory Employee. Okay, Gluttony and Pride. It's a Tremor gift either way. I'll do this one because it's got a Sloth, which is funnier, I think. Sure, you can pass this. Okay. Faded watch case. This is good for us. Faster move, faster enemy, clash power +1. Dealing damage to a fast enemy. It's like 3 turn potency and 2 per once per turn. That's pretty nice. Yeah, we're gonna get some nice Tremor Eagle gifts here, aren't we? And there's 2 more fights, that's right. Okay. No need to stall in this one, then. The fight after this, we might consider stalling a little bit. For the funny everlasting. We don't need it. Yeah, we don't really need it too early in a fight anyways, because we're probably going to want to, like... I know, true. We'll probably want to get, like, we'll probably want to, like, stack out Tremor on the boss first and stuff like that anyways, and potentially get out the Gleppo Ego, Cavernous Wailing, get the Tremor Reverb going. See how well we can just kind of ratio the boss, right? Yeah, we're looking good. I guess I can also check. I'm pretty sure if we head to Mirrored Engine Compendium, we'll be able to see all the new Ego gifts, or at least their silhouettes and that sort of info, right? There's probably going to be a new fusion gift or something. We'll have to see. Because Tremor technically has a new fusion gift because it's got the handheld mirror, but like that's a really weird one. So it's kind of strange how the Nelly Eagle gift is the Tremor fusion one, but I digress, right? Good stuff, cool. Easy enough fight. This is a really cool looking background as well. Just so much stuff going on there. We get more events now. Rich looking youth, poor looking old man. Who to follow? Follow the youth, follow the old man, don't follow anyone. I'll follow the old man, Sloth. Funny. Who should wield the sword? I don't think that's the right text. I assume this was copy and pasted from one of the Blade Lineage events and they didn't get the text right or something. Etched clock hands. First turn start a wave, inflict 9- current speed, tremor points 8 to 3 enemies with the slow speed, min 3. 10% more damage to any units, 10 12 plus tremor or unique tremor at turn start. Why say unique tremor? This is the first time anything's ever said unique tremor. Because, like, amplitude conversions don't count as unique tremor. They're just straight up normal tremor as far as the game's concerned. I need to skip that. Try to help. Let's see, can we help this guy stuck in frozen time? Heathcliff, you can help. Cool. Prepaid time receipt. Tier 3, 5 plus speed difference, more damage, it's faster, I need a 2 plus speed difference. I had damage attack skill, like buying stuff this turn. There's something else too I don't recall right now. Unless one of the new things is like unique tremor. We've never had unique tremor before. And we still don't. Unless like it's a weird quirk with like... I don't know. I'm trying to think, but nothing really comes to mind. Sure, go for that. But yeah. It's weird. I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure there's unique tremor types that would be cool or something, but... I don't know, nothing really fits the criteria right now. Unless it's some weird entanglement thing. Which I guess it could be, right? Entanglement is pretty weird. You finished the event yourself just a bit ago. Nice. I'm almost done with it. Really just have the boss of the dungeon left. Nice. These guys are all dying. Good stuff. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I like it. Curious to see all the U gifts and, you know, how they are mirrored and stuff like that. 'Cause it's nice for Tremor. The new weapon Ufi uses is so weird. Yeah, I don't know. It's like a type. It's a weird type of pole arm. I feel like I tried looking up at one point and couldn't really get a good answer. So, I guess my answer is I'm not fully sure myself either. It's like supposed to be like a halberdy, like pole arm type weapon of some kind. It's supposed to be good at like slicing and stabbing both, I guess. And blunting too, realistically, but they don't use any. At least Ufi Heathcliff doesn't use any blunt skills. Yeah, Time Raper seems cool. Shop time. What do we get here? We get Faust, another skill too, sure. Riveting. Nothing was really appealing to me, so works well enough. Time Raper time. You getting a cutscene first? I'm just reading to it. Oh, he's got minions this time though. This is a little different. Only a little bit though. Oh, you're immediately gonna go into time acceleration this time around. Cool. Makes enough sense. Are we gonna immediately Cavernous Wailing though? What are we gonna need? We need 2 Sloth, 2 Pride, so that's our goal this turn. You're gonna be an issue, yeah. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. We're gonna try doing some funnies, I think. We really didn't need to, like, make sure we'll be ready for the funny tremoring next turn. I said tomorrow, god. It's like... Daring Decision's also kind of bad for us. Probably should have saved it. Especially because... So, for Everlasting, we want a 5 Sloth Resonance for the maximum gaming. But there's a very big issue with that because, well, one person on our team doesn't have any sloth in the slightest. Which, as you can imagine, a bit of an issue, since Heathcliff doesn't have any. If we wanted to go for sloth resonance gaming. I'm getting clash burn stuff against higher speed enemies, so like I'm not too scared here. You can clash this probably, yeah, dominating, nice. And of course this song goes super hard. No shocker there. They just Pathos Mathos this. It's spending resources we kind of want to save, but like that's fine. Fine with it, I think. Are you gonna summon more of those guys? I should probably check to see if you got new passives. Doesn't look like it. You don't really have anything new. These guys are just here. That's the only difference it really seems like. Huh. That's fine. Yeah. Fellows Malthus is a fairly safe thing to go for here at least. We really need to stack up more Tremor on you though, because you've got 1 Tremor count, and we don't have anything that's actually going to increase the Tremor. Okay, so the Reverb's not going to do very much for us, that's fine. We're winning clashes though, and that's kind of what matters. I mean, you do run out of Tremor count passively, unfortunately. Which is fine. We'll live. And yeah, you're getting hit a little bit, but that's once again also fine. You can 2-target with this, that's not bad. I'll roll with it, yeah. Although I guess you could... Yeah, that'll work actually, sure thing. Roll with it. Hope you roll well and that'll work well enough, I think. Yeah, stack debuffs on this guy if you would. Kindly. Sure looks good. I like the looks of it. You didn't actually run out, huh? I'm not sure what random tremor infliction we gave to you, but you didn't actually run out of tremor reverb, and I didn't notice that until just now. That's cool. Maybe we can use it to actually build up your tremor again then. Potentially, we'll see. I hit both those two, that's fine. It's not great, but it's fine, right? You're just dodging, you're doing your shenanigans again. That's fine. Kind of a goated turn for this, but we don't have nearly enough tremor on you, do we? Yeah. You know what? We could go for it. Can't really get the sloth resonance either, though. Yeah. Actually. Not a bad idea, I don't think. We're missing, what, one sloth, one pride, so we just gotta make sure we get that going then. Which we can do. Go for something like this. We're getting one sloth, one pride. Okay. Resin Corrosion will do a good job of getting you to have more tremor, since you're kind of not nearly at enough tremor, and we can't get a good sloth resonance going for the sake of everlasting. Oh. Never mind that. Bloody hell, this is really getting on my nerves. Oi! Quit hiding us, yeah? Give us a proper view. I hope that I wouldn't have to show them my true form. Though we couldn't be sure if there were multiple present in the river's head, or if it was truly the voice of the many, we did hear several voices of varying pitches echoing from all corners of the room. The Time Ripper, cornered, grabs the lapels of his long coat and... Oh. Because I'm not that shocked, but that's very interesting. Oh? They're each separate, interesting. And they've each got a different bit of shared time, I assume? Okay, this is cool. Turn and gain joint time expenditure. Spending shared time, the brain spend an equal amount of time across the board. Alright. This is cool. Alright. Well, we saved the efforts and corrosion, at least that's nice. And the Time Ripper is still intact, but that's fine, we can take care of it. 90 saved, sure. Assumably this means that all the parts have different HPs here. Yeah. That's cool. They really haven't messed with, multiple parts nearly as much as I would have hoped for them to as of late, so this is cool. I don't really want this guy getting hit, actually. Sure, that'll work. Are you targeting? You, sure. Roll with that. That's clashing everything we want to clash, so we can just attack you a bit as well. And that should work decently enough. Cool. 60 offensive level. Yeah, it looks scary, but it's split between a bunch of parts, so it's really not that scary, is it now? FS and Corrosion gaming. Stack up more Tremor gaming. That sort of thing. Gaming. Right. Do all distortion have undefined Kimet too, right? Yes. All distortions do. even Bob Bongi, even like they kind of retroactively removed the classification from older like distortion and stuff that had them, but didn't really actually have them. It's kind of something they had just because they all did, right? Not something because they reasonably did have. A lot of them used to have risk levels and stuff, but then the whole thing happened where they're like, yeah, we're changing that up, and so they changed it off a bunch. Time acceleration applies to all of them? Yeah, okay. Good to know. Neutral, that's fine. Struggling, that's fine. Hopeless, that's not as fine. Dominating's pretty fine, at least. Neutral's probably a better move, though, yeah. You can't redirect the scary ones, that's a little unfortunate. You can redirect that, actually. That's fine. Body sack? Yeah, body sack, sure. Means we're not killing this guy. We should probably kill that guy, just so he's out of the way, because he's just been living for far too long, honestly. We need to put him down. Body sack gaming. Morph game technique is winning as well, so that's good to see. A little bit of tremor. You lost your clash, that's fine. Not too surprised. I think it was a neutral, so it was a bit of a risk. Okay. I think you're so funny, don't you, buddy? The Sandy cane helped him out a lot, I'm sure, but still. You're very rude. And this means our other clashes are also just kind of doomed. That's because it helps in the fuse powers and PM. Not really. Risk levels, once again, does not correlate directly with strength and stuff, you know? It just makes things more complicated to use the same thing for abnormalities as you'd use for, like, normal people, right? At least that's how I look at it, right? Yeah, sure, we'll do that. Looks good enough. More body sacking is nice. We kind of want you to have high speed anyway, so that you're out of the way. Because if you're out of the way, then, that'll be it. He has brains on legs. Yeah. He kind of revealed his true form, and he's like just a bunch of brains hooked up together. That's the bit. You're running low of your funny thing. That's good to see. Once that gets real low, you're gonna have a lot less offense level and stuff like that now, so that'll be good. Stop gaining as much like protection and stuff. Yeah, you're down to fairly low. Darn. Oh wait, we're good? We're goated? Okay, I think we're potentially really goated and funny. Let's try this out, shall we? This might be a really funny turn, so I'm gonna go all out for the bit, I think. This might be an unnecessary move. Actually, what part is the most tremor? Brain with 167. That's the one we're going for. Okay, let's do it. This will be real funny. Cool. Okay, never mind. You're not gonna let me have any fun this way. Every time I'm about to do something funny, it just stops me. Irritating little tricks. Boy, remember what you said earlier. Might be the time to put that to use. But I'm sorry, doesn't that use too much time? It drains too much time from all of us. Shush, my friends. Letting this drag on for any longer will cost us more in the long term. This attack will surely eliminate them. Think of how much time we will save by taking care of them here and now. We shall share this burden of time together. Okay. Time killing time. Unit speed is fixed at 12. Cannot be staggered this turn. Erase the target's time. Let's recover shade. Okay. What's the bit here? So, erase the target's time. 48 plus 48. For sure time to max values and... I mean, we're supposed to be immune to this though, right? That was the entire bit, I thought. I mean, it's unclashable, so like, I just gotta assume, you're fine, right? Well, you still have everlasting, and it's gonna make me use it. Yeah, that brain does still have that funny tremor. Unfortunately, we can't get, you know, full funny sloth thing going. But yeah, you might erase Riosh from existence or something funny. She's just immune to it though, right? Yeah, okay. No, this doesn't make sense. It had to work. More tricks, is it? Wait up. You took 5 hours from me earlier. What's up with you taking another 3 hours from me? You only took 2 hours from that side. We will settle that as soon as we deal with the present threat. Focus on the battle for now. Deal with the present that when? In 3 hours? 4? This fight's been going on for too bloody long. I understand. That's why we must all sacrifice our collective time to... Nope, I ain't giving you more than an hour of my time. Take more from the rest. I got the short end of the stick last time when the numbers didn't divide evenly by 12. Shut up about last time. You're just an uneducated fool who doesn't understand basic addition and subtractions. Oi, what the hell was that? Who said that? It's the new one, innit? They're starting to fight each other. Ah, I get it. You're saying that now is our chance, right? So now, you know, the brains are actively fighting against each other and stuff, yeah? Convert joint time extender into infighting. Alright. They're no longer working together. The 106 one still... Yeah, okay. We still have everlasting here, okay. Can we please get the everlasting off? I have not seen it in action yet. It is a simple request, I feel like. I just see the no at the bottom. God. That should be good. Daring Decision will do a lot of damage as well, which is nice. Pretty cool. Raging Compression also should do pretty nice here. The enemy might go before Faust does, but that's fine if so. I'm not that concerned. Yeah, cool. Yeah, you're staggering Otis. I'm not bothered. Everlasting time. Oh, this is me. You're dodging. I didn't think that part through. Okay, a little bit of damage. Okay, you're mass attacking a little bit, that's fine. It was worth it for the funny, right? We need more time. No, I will not give you more time. How are the new ideas doing so far? Worth it? Once again, like... No, I'm saying once. I don't know why I say once again. You really can't... I really can't tell. Honestly, this is main story stuff. You can run whatever in your main story and it'll be mostly fine, really. I'll need to run in Mirrodin before I can get a view, like a better sense as to how good I think they are. They seem decent though, right? Like, it's really been hard to actually set them up correctly in main story stuff, right? But you know, I like them. They seem cool. If I only had 10 more minutes. No, a minute. A few more seconds, even. I could have changed so much more if I only had the time. Or so I thought, once upon a time. So... Oh... What did you do? Did you even try to change anything? Believe it or not, I am the creator of every change you see around you. I know. I know what the burning question is. What changes, right? Because at the end of the day, this place became no different from the other horrible nests. There's so much pain here, just like any other place in the city. So, listen up and listen close, because there's only one way to truly be free from suffering. Stopping time. Stop time? Our citizen's expression turned bitter. He did not elaborate. Well, it's not like he could understand me, and the sinners were too busy keeping their eyes on the Time Ripper to relay my question. Like always, the LCA's Special Operations Unit arrived and discussed a few things with the employee. Labeled the Time Ripper a distortion with a complicated classification code, and that's how the case of time-killing time closed. But, my, I'm so happy they finally caught the perpetrator, behold, my report is finally complete, isn't it so wonderful, So slow, everyone, let's stop being lazy and get to work, yes, chop, chop, What her assistant said much earlier was right. T-Corp did not change. Not even a little. Why did you volunteer to be the bait for the Ripper, Hong Lu? I'll be honest, I was scared as hell. The moment I began thinking about how my own time could just get ripped away from me, I just wanted to understand. Because to me, the world was full of things I couldn't understand. In truth, I still understand so little of it. Why do people hang on so desperately to something like time? Something so ephemeral? Yeah? But I know one thing. You understood the culprit, Roja. It wasn't just fear that held you back. While there was fear, a different side of you felt like you could understand him. That's what stayed your hand. How do you know that? Watching you, Roja, reminded me why I did not resist when my siblings tried to kill me for the first time. I wasn't just scared. I felt as though I could understand them. When fear grows so extreme that it circles back to its origin. Yeah, I think we're moving past what Hongli says a little too quickly, but yeah. That moment is so precious and so beautiful. Alright, lads and lasses, gather around. We'll be running a special feature on the people who played the biggest role in solving the case of time-killing time. And for that, we'd like to get a little group photo. Would that be alright with you, Ace Detectives? What an auspicious day this is! What's up with the long face, Roja? Everything okay? Haha, I don't know if I even deserve to be in the picture. I didn't really get anything done out there, did I? But Roja, we eventually captured the culprit, didn't we? It was possible only because we all worked together. I'd say everyone did a great job out there, Roja, Honglu, Ryoshu, all three of you. Good work. You mean Honglu and Ryoshu? I just cowered as soon as I came face to face with the culprit. That was ridiculous. Well, it is said that all great detectives are flanked by great assistants. That's funny. Is that what this Lady Agatha said? No, I said it. Just now. I'm the only one who's allowed to make that laugh. Smile, detective. Right, can we huddle a little closer together? What right did I have to stop those struggling to change things, no matter how small, when I haven't done anything? It seemed that I was the only one who heard her whispering. Right then, 1, 2... Hold! She's been detained for her crimes. Let's go. Click. Executive Director, it's time. My, thank you for letting me borrow your clothes. I made sure not to get a speck of dust on it, so don't have to worry about running through a washer. You're not even Mai! Mai's is a random other guy. You're wearing some random clothes just because you felt like it. Executive Director? When did he... It's been so long since I did this exciting. Thanks, participation trophy. I'd like to experience how it's like outside the company building from time to time, you know? Shouldn't he be thanking us for solving the case, not, you know... let's see. Consider your other confident command of the battlefield and that special ability of yours. Maybe you could even snag the exceptional... actually no. Perhaps you'd receive the distinct awards that it isn't your own powers. The clock does seem quite special, but this time that flows through you don't seem very different from the concept of time I'm used to. Well, I don't have any prize money to hand out, but allow me to impart a little tip instead. Remember, Using the power of time comes with a cost. Always. It's a little something that's been a thorn in my side as well. Oh, and another I think I should thank you for. My dream began to flow once again. On the day I ventured out to the edge and wished upon a star, I thought my dream to have ceased there, never to flow again. Stephanette type thing going on here as well? I would have wished for something completely different had I had the chance to wish again, but I believe my only chance spent. A star. I don't understand, but a mere mention of it suddenly brought back the memories of that star I saw when I made the pact with the sinners. I used to think that the star could never be linked again, that I could never turn back time. Vile men like myself know when their dreams come to an end, when there is no path left for the dream to go. But I was wrong. There it was, something rewinding time right before my eyes in a way I could not fathom. Well, it is my current hypothesis, they're not actually rewinding time, but a potential is a potential still. And that distortion that rips time is another proof I do not know all there is to know about time. Not yet. So my dream, once still as a lake, has become wild as a rushing river once again. Your indifferent, unafraid attitude towards time. It also left me an impression. I think day after day about how uncaring the nature of time is, that it will continue to drift on and on and on even after my death, and I think about how that's so terrifying. I'm afraid of death, yes, but I'm not interested in researching immortality. The flow of time is equivalent to constant change. Those who dare tread upon the road of illusion from death and annihilation shall soon find themselves before another wall of what they had sought to free from in the first place. What must one do to stem the change of nature when the nature of perpetual change itself is tied to an immutable thing like a flow of time? One must stop time itself, of course. Yes, indeed. Therein lies the conundrum. Until time itself ceases to move, all change eventually becomes a great flow. I'm having trouble following your train of thought. Dante says that they are having trouble following your train of thought. Oh, apologies. I must have been thinking out loud. You must understand how someone might forget who they're talking to when the listener has nothing to say in response but intermittent ticks and talks. I suppose all that was probably too much for a manager of an upstart business to understand, yes? Does this conclude the business of the 10 billion on time tax? You're all exempt. Can you imagine what would happen if a case like this for you to solve didn't exist? You would almost had to live the rest of your lives stretching a measly 4 hours over an entire day. Unbelievable. A little nap and you'd wake up 2 whole days later. Well, that is if the 4-hour daily minimum time policy even applied to you. Yes, that is difficult to believe, but I understand. Then, I almost slipped my mind. Remember that purchase catalog Limbus company handed me? That monolith in there. Really caught my eye. I'd like to purchase them. As many as you have in stock. Cheers, that's a sale made. It was real pricey, too. Who knows, maybe this will get you that commendation or whatever it is. Excuse me? Maybe this is just casually selling monoliths. Understood. Your intent to purchase will be relayed. The monolith? What are you planning to do with? It's a secret. Things yet to be realized must remain shrouded in hearts under the starless sky. Let's go, Mai. Yes, Director Hubert. This company is growing increasingly bizarre, Miss Faust. Not only are we providing distortion management service, but also dipping our feet into the sales of artifacts like the monolith. I don't believe that the monoliths should be so easily bought or sold. I see them as something we must retrieve, not put up for sale. You do understand the ramifications of selling artifacts that could force a distortion, I trust. The world is aplenty with technology capable of maiming or slaughtering a fellow human. Not all those have started with intent to do harm. In fact, most of them have begun as an altruistic project for the betterment of mankind. In other words, it depends. Do you really believe this to be a matter that you could just brush aside with? Also a little confusing that we've got another character called Hubert now, because it's very clearly not the Ruina Hubert, right? That's interesting. Virgilius. You know my place, yours as well. You are aware that we are not provided the luxury of choice. We will both reach what each of us desire. That is a guarantee. Fine. With that peculiar exchange between Faust and Virgilius, the bus sets off on another journey. Oh, you're framing it already. Ever since we returned to the bus, Roja was busily moving between the sinners, excitedly talking to them about whatever subject they were interested in. Quite. Thus this achievement has been a memorial for eternity to come. Do you intend to put it up for display? In her hands was the article we were featured in. Don Quixote dedicated considerable time and effort to meticulously ironing out the creases, coating it with a thin film, and displaying it carefully in a frame. We could barely tell it was her due to the blurring, but she appeared so happy to be a part of the photograph. Much do I desire to hang it here for all to see, but this doth carry great meaning indeed, as my very first accomplishment. Thus shall I place it in my chamber for safekeeping. Boy, you're really stoked about a shaky picture of yourself, huh? Don't be a buzzkill, darling. Chiquita's happy about it, and that's what matters, alright? It matters not, for this is a signifier of our achievements. Yeah, our achievement. Roger was laughing and cheering along with her, as though nothing had happened. But it's never been so clear that this cheeriness was all an act, and I think that pained my heart. Yet I was powerless to do anything about it. The most I could do was to clear the air and hopefully divert their attention to something else. Faust, can you ask Virgilius where we're headed next? Virgilius, Dante asks. At least when we're talking about our next destination, the past seems to become a blur, even for a moment. That was the intent behind my question. Yes, I've come to realize that it is about time the manager asked me for some information regarding our next destination. Lucky, I was right. The subject of our next destination was enough to divert the sinner's attention. They all fell silent in anticipation. Our next destination? Too bad I got more than I bargained for. Is to a warp train, Dante. I didn't just clear the air. That statement alone caused a whole storm among the sinners. Oh boy. I'm very curious how that's gonna work, but yep. We are in fact gonna be boarding a warp train. That's scary. We got a bunch of funny pocket watches there, so that's nice to see. I'll grind all the rewards and stuff on my own, I'm sure. It shouldn't be too bad. It usually isn't. I enjoy grinding as well, so let's just let's buy the boxes first, since they're, the things I care for a bunch. These I care for a bunch too. Can I get all these? I can, sure. And there we go. Simple enough start. Got a decent chunk of the rewards already from just doing that part. And I'll just grind mirrors and just get the rest of them. Shouldn't be too bad. There's a level 2. Cool. Yeah, the very interesting thing of it is I'm going to need some time to process exactly everything that happened, I'm sure. But yeah, very cool mid-chapter. I enjoyed it a lot. It is 2:13 a.m. for me, though. And I'm going to need to wake up in like 4 hours. So I'm going to go to bed now. Was a good stream, though. Probably potentially doing another Ruinous stream on Saturday. Something might get in the way, so stay tuned. It might be delayed or something, but otherwise, yeah, I think that will be all for this time. Good update, though. Very good update, I think. Well, that'll be all for this time. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you guys next time.